Day 3 of the Croatia Rapid and Blitz, the third stop on the Grand Chess Tour. After a wild final round, Jan Nepomniachtchi maintained his slim lead over his closest rivals, while Croatian star Ivan Šadić hands his excellent second-place standing to legendary champion Garry Kasparov, who joins the battle looking to demolish the new generation of chess warriors. It's time for 9 exciting games of heart-stopping blitz. The penultimate day of exciting action coming up next.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Zagreb for the 4th day of the Croatian Rapid and Blitz. Behind me is a statue of King Tomislav, the first king of Croatia. And as Blitz begins in our event, we are joined by another king, the 13th world champion, Garry Kasparov, as he joins the battle to show some of that old warrior magic that brought him his championship titles. Well, to call all the action, we're gonna jump to the studio in St. Louis with Christian and Yasser.
Welcome back everybody to beautiful Zagreb, Croatia, the host of the third leg of the 2021 Grand Chess Tour. What a scenic place to continue our road, our summer of chess here at the Grand Chess Tour. I am Grandmaster Christian Kirilla, and I'm joined here in the studio in St. Louis by Grandmaster Yasser Sarawan. Yasser, good morning.
Good morning, Christian. As always, a pleasure to call the action with you and with Maurice. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage. The Rapid Chess was fun. It was great games, and very, very competitive. But now, it's all about the Blitz and the return of Garry Kasparov. But first, let's take a look at the standings after the Rapid.
Christian. We have such a compact standings. We have Jan Nepomniachtchi, who is still the leader. He took the leadership position in round 1 and continued to hold on to it with 11 points. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, Anish Giri, Kasparov, who is suiting up for the Blitz section, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, all on 10 points, sharing the second position.
What a chasing pack, that 4 group of players, including Garry. But do continue.
Shakhriyar Mamediyarov and Vishwanathan Anand are sharing the 6th position. Then we have Alexander Grishuk, who is not able to make an impact up to this point, but will surely try to do so in the Blitz section with 8 points. Anton Korobov, 9th position with 7 points, and Jordan Van Forest in 10th position with 6 points.
And our format, Christian.
For the first 3 days, we had a rapid game in 25 minutes with a 10-second increment. But that is all over. Right now, we're getting into the Blitz section. We have Blitz game in 5 minutes with a 2-second increment. There's absolutely no draw offers. In the rapid portion, the scoring system was a bit different. We had 2 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss. In the Blitz portion, we get back to the standard scoring system, 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss. And what a handsome prize fund we have, $150,000 US for these players.
The schedule is pretty simple. It's a day of Blitz. We will play 9 games of Blitz today, Saturday, July 10th, 9 games tomorrow. In case there is a tie, we will have playoffs. But really, it's also about the Grand Chess Tour standings, Christian.
Absolutely. We see Wesley So with 2 events played in Romania and Paris, leading with 21.3 points and a lot of prize money. But who is here from the Grand Chess Tour?
Exactly. There is one, Shakhriyar Mamediyarov, with a $90,000 prize, 13 points due because he won Bucharest clear. MVL needs a huge result here. He's really going to be looking for it in the Blitz. Grishuk also, and Anish Giri still hasn't found his form in any of the Grand Chess Tour events.
Absolutely. MVL and Anish Giri definitely need to find their stride, but we do have Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with more thoughts from Zagreb, Croatia. Hello, Maurice.
Hello, Maurice.
Hello, guys. Well, we are all excited here
for what's about to happen as the legend Gary Kasparov takes center stage. It's blitz time. It's going to be incredibly fast, incredibly furious, incredibly fun, and that's what this is all about. But let's really drill down a bit into today's events proceedings. 18 games of blitz in 2 days. That's a lot. It's double round robin. Players will play each other twice, once with white, and of course, once with the black pieces. This is the big deal, though. Very little rest between the games. 15 minutes. If you had a bad game, you've got to forget about it. And of course, as we mentioned, GK, Gary Kasparov, in the building. I just saw him walk by the studio. He looks extremely relaxed. That doesn't bode well for those of these players in the tournament. And for Team Šarić, well, what can you say? As Ivan Šarić, the Croatian superstar, tied for second place and handed the baton to Gary in a really good situation. 10 points right behind Nepo's 11. Gary will take center stage now. This legend, this great player, he is one who knows about competing at the highest level. He was competing when a couple of these players weren't even born. And absolutely, Gary is the man of the moment, the visionary behind the entire Grand Chess Tour. He oversees all these young lions, but he is indeed the big lion of all. Mufasa is in the building right now. Gary Kasparov, will he or won't he? We're all excited to see him play some great chess, some vintage chess of old. I can tell you, we're tingling, and even the players themselves can't wait to get to play him. Very exciting times here. We'll be calling all the action and bringing you the news from Zagreb.
Thank you, Maurice. And indeed, when Gary's in the building, I tell you, there's two types of tournaments. Tournaments that featured Gary and those that did not. And the tournaments that featured Gary, they were a lot of fun. Let's set the table for this round one of Blitz. What do you have for us, Christian?
We have so much action ready for you guys for today. We're starting off with Anish Giri versus Viswanathan. Such an important game for the standings, and we've seen these players in the last round of the rapid section. Then we have Maxim Vachier-Lagrave versus Mamediyarov. Once again, an extremely important matchup.
Big time.
Big time. Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Anton Korobov. We have Van Forest versus Gary Kasparov. Let's see how Gary manages to warm up into this event. We have Grishchuk versus Duda. So many exciting matchups. Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Well, of these 5 games, we can't cover them all. So we're going to try to focus on 1, maybe 2 games per round. We're going to start with Jordan Van Forest and Gary Kasparov, and let's see what kind of form the legend Gary Kasparov is in. We talked about Viswanathan Anand not having played chess in well over a year. Well, Gary Kasparov is not a player on the tour. Has he been working on his game? Has he been studying? Has he been practicing? We know Gary takes his chess very seriously, but it's all about the form, and let's see if he can get off to a good start as the players taking their places on stage. And I noticed that Anton is usually the earliest, Christian.
He's always the earliest. It seems like he's just always ready to play some chess. This guy plays so much online chess. He plays face-to-face. He enjoys this contest, these heated contests. We've seen him yesterday in the final round in the Rapid. He just wanted to play beautiful chess. He knew, I'm sure he knew he has a winning position, but he just couldn't help himself in that last round that we called here against, I think it was Jan-Krzysztof Duda. What a wild affair that was. Yeah. He just loves chess, and that's exactly how Gary is as well. He's always in the building, always watching these players, ready to get to the board and play some chess himself. What is this young man thinking, though?
Exactly. He's thinking to himself, what an opportunity.
And
I get to play Gary Kasparov, and here comes Gary Kasparov, the 13th world champion, the youngest world champion. 22 years old, he won the world championship. 22 is the age of his opponent, Jordan Van Forest.
What an amazing matchup we have, guys. Exactly. I'm so excited for
now
this
look
match.
at Gary's attire. He comes with a polo shirt, right? He's not in the 3-piece that we've been seeing Nepo. the challenge of the world champion.
haven't
Gary
seen-
knows what blitz requires.
I haven't seen Nepo yet. Maybe we're going to see that three-piece suit. Or,
I don't know. Now, let's take a look at. Yep, we've seen the
He's still
three-piece.
sporting the three-piece.
He's got the vest as he goes up against Anton. And this one.
But what, I mean, I cannot believe, and I cannot even fathom what's in that young man's mind right now, facing the
Jordan,
legend.
yeah. It's
He
so
grew
he-
up idolizing these players. Of course, he
Exactly.
played with so many of them in the rapid section, but Gary Kasparov is just a different specimen.
And there we go. Let's get started. And E4. And Gary's very happy because he's been a Najdorf Sicilian man for much of his career. He started out as a Caro-Kann player. He took up E5 on move 1 for a bit. And then Edward Gufeld said to him, you know, Gary, you're a natural born criminal. You should play the Najdorf.
And that's
And
exactly.
Gary took his advice. And Queen C7, a little bit of a wrinkle over the very, very standard Bishop E7. I know that Queen C7 was a favorite of Boris Gelfand. He enjoyed this rouser-like structure on the king side.
Allowing bishop takes f6, g takes f6,
Exactly,
the
the
damaging
double
of the
pawns.
structure.
Now, again, all of these moves are very standard. Even though I'm not a Najdorf player, I've seen these moves before. By the way, the queen went from D1 to F3. It didn't continue her journey to Queen C5. That's actually a mistake. Queen H5 is a mistake because it invites the move Queen C5, and that's why Queen F3. A2, A3. I always thought that it's a success for black in an open Sicilian when I get to play the move B5 and it provokes the opponent to play A2, A3, advantage black in that exchange of moves. B7, B5, very useful move. A2, A3, it could be a potential move to regret.
But
Now
it
here-
does momentarily stop that move b4, which just displaces the knight from c3. Quite an important move, and it's not that easy to get that attack going via a5 and then b4. You would love to play a5. Problem is that that b5 pawn is hanging. So this is what black will need to find a way to try to get his pawns on that side rolling down the board.
Yeah, now it really looks like the players have transposed into just a straight up rouser, something that we saw in Bucharest.
Bucharest a lot, yeah.
Right, where H7, H5, Bishop H6, Queen C5, and even the king just dropping in the center of the board, King E7. All very, very standard. Again, I believe this is all completely theory. I was a little bit surprised personally by Knight C6, but okay, Gary, just getting warmed up. Bishop E7 or King E7, what would be your choice, Christian?
This is indeed theory. I'm watching the database right now. Bishop e7 is one of the moves. Of course, King e7 right now is a little bit dangerous because I think I do have time to get that rook on f1 very quickly. And then I'm going to obviously have a lot of threats on the f-file. So you have to be a little bit careful. Another maneuver, one that you were mentioning, Yasser, very important, is queen to c5. That's the ideal square for the queen because from there,
Right.
it could potentially land on e5. And the big difference in the big challenge for white in this position is to control the dark squares, especially that e5 dark square in the center because there's no more dark square bishop.
Exactly.
That's the big problem. You're going to have to find a way to control that with the knight. You're going to have to find ways to jump with the knight around knight to e2, knight to d4, knight to f3, potentially try to displace that queen from e5. This is going to be the battle.
I think we did see the move Queen C5. Very, very quickly, Jordan answered Bishop E2. After Queen C5, he could have played captures on E6, captures on E6, and taken the pawn on F6. I suspect that after Rook G8, he just felt that that wasn't a position that he was interested in playing. Look at this move. Rook A7 by Gary, again, inviting white to try to capture this pawn on F6 if he wants, but now that the rook is on A7, actually supports bishop to G7, and Black would get a huge initiative at the cost of the doubled f-pawn. So
And this is a question for you, Yasser,
Yeah.
because I'm seeing in the database a game by Tukmakov. Was
Whoa.
Tukmakov in 1984, all the way back then, was Tukmakov ever one of Gary's seconds?
I don't recall. Yuri Dohoyan recently passed away. Was a key part of Gary's trainers, but I don't think Vladimir. No, I'm pretty sure the answer is no. Tukmakov from the Ukraine. Yeah, I think the answer is no. Why? Because are we following a game of Vladimir Tukmakov's?
This was a game by Vladimir Tukmakov, the only game in the database with this move rook to a7. So it just goes to show maybe that Gary actually is starting to remember things from when he used to analyze these positions regularly, religiously. Right. And maybe this rook a7 will come as a surprise for the youngster. Maybe he didn't see this game before.
Right, and rook a7, rather standard in some Nidors, especially poison pawn Nidors. What you were saying, it's about the dark squares. The black does possess the dark square bishop, and the queen takes up a very, I want to say, lofty perch on e5. It eyeballs the knight on c3, eyeballs the king side, and protects the pawn on f6 for the moment. Rook f1 saying, I'm not worried about the pawn, and Gary saying, well, it was never really about the h2 pawn. What this move says, rook c7, is I'm warming up as black to the very standard exchange sacrifice that occurs in the open Sicilians. King b1 saying, okay, I'm going to sidestep ideas of d5 and bishop takes a3 with a check. What's your plan? How are you developing your king side? And that's the real question for Gary right now. Should he play bishop g7 and castle short? Is that too dangerous? Or should he just once again play king e7? But in that case, the king on e7 feels a little bit vulnerable.
Yes, sir. Those are amazing questions, but he needs to answer them fast. I do want to draw your attention to the fact that Gary has 1 minute left on the clock. 1 minute left on the clock.
That's very slow play by Gary.
Van Forest, 3 minutes left on the clock.
That's poor time management, and usually that's just a show. That shows rust.
Exactly.
I mean, it shows that you're not playing with the rhythm that blitz players really need to. And Gary's a little bit shaking his head. I think he feels the pressure of the ticking clock. And boy, don't we all, especially in blitz, we don't like to be behind 30 seconds. 2 minutes, that's huge.
That's a lot. And he played
And Jordan played it very quickly. What did he come up with?
I think either h4 or g4. G4 doesn't make any sense. h4.
h4. What an extraordinary move. h4.
He's trying to solidify that weakness on h5. This is
Bishop
the key right
e7, okay. So basically what this move says is, I'm going to defer doing anything with my king. I'm just going to defend this pawn on f6. By the way, yes, I'm very much thinking about playing rook g8 as well. Also, I'm used to seeing king to d8, like say bishop to d7, king to d8, and so on. Queen e3, very cagey play by Jordan.
Now that the bishop is not on f8 anymore to attack the queen via h6, white is ready to go queen to e3.
Okay, so no, I was about to say, I thought Gary should have played rook to c5 to block the diagonal so queen b6 wasn't playable. I thought the queen was perfect on e5. King f8 by Gary. Ooh, covering the g7 square. Queen g3 had the idea of queen g7. King f8, trade. Gary is... Something's wrong with Gary. He's like shaking his head.
Well, his position is not amazing right now. After queen g6, I'm not 100% sure how you defend the position. Queen to e5, is that what you're going to do?
Oh, without question.
And he did it, and we have rook d3 on the board.
Ooh, but this rook d3 is a prelude to rook to g3, and Gary is definitely feeling the pressure. And again, he doesn't like his position. Bishop to d8.
Is
the
rook
rook
d6
on c7 covering G7 for the moment, but isn't this pawn, Peshki, going to feel the heat after rook to D1? Maybe just rook to D7.
He played rook to G3.
Rook to G3. Okay. Rook to G3. Queen.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Rook to G3, rook to... Oh,
something
my
just...
and the game is over.
Gary. Wow. Jordan Van Forest with a scintillating victory. Let's jump to the game of Nepo for just... Let me see if I can bring it up on my screen. Do you have it handy on your screen?
Well, we can see the position right now. It's a queen endgame, so maybe we're just going to stay with the live feed right now because it's quite easy to distinguish the pieces. We do have what seems to be an equal endgame. Well, white has an extra pawn. The problem with the extra pawn is that pawn on B4 just
kills it.
Pulls the kibosh on that pawn on A2, that extra pawn on A2. And with the king so exposed, I don't think there will be a good way to make any progress. But Nepo is going to try.
Of course. A pawn is a pawn.
And how are we looking on the clock right now? By the way, Grishuk has drew Duda.
Drawn that game, yep.
And
a big game was going on between MVL and Shaq.
that one is still going on, and we're going to take a look at that one in just a second. But what I do want to point out is that Nepo has a huge advantage on the clock.
As
1 minute
would expect.
and 30 seconds against 21 seconds for Anton.
I'm not a big fan of the move King F6. I think it was very important to get in the move H5. Basically, when black gets in the move H5, the whole king side structure
king is going
fixed.
up. Wow.
Okay, this is a very strange way of playing for a draw. And white decides to, now's the time to play A4, but he's, yes.
I feel we're going to see a king landing on G4 of some sort.
King to G4,
There we
queen
go.
to B2, protecting the
And then
second
queen to
rank.
D1. Queen to D1 to try to defend against any sort of checks on the D1 H5 diagonal.
Yeah,
and
but
just stay
then
like
the
that.
B-pawn. Then the B-pawn
The
could
B-pawn
go.
is going down
So
the board.
I'm-
Queen F3, yes sir, Queen F3.
Ooh, what a move. As F4 check, F4, F5 check.
Oops.
If you go king takes
That's a
F-
checkmate.
Yeah, there's a
That's
checkmate.
a checkmate.
That's a discovered check that maybe Anton missed.
Oh, he did miss it. He did miss it.
But it's a draw. No.
I don't think
No,
you will
there was
have
no
a perpetual.
There was no perpet. Apologies.
He's still fighting though.
By the way, huge, huge result. My pick, Shakhriyar has lost to MVL to start the blitz.
Does
Queen
queen
F5 threatens Queen G5. Now
No, you're in the square.
you're in the square.
You're in the square. If you go Queen G5. That
But-
was one move away. He
Yeah,
just needs to put that pawn on B4 first.
And there you.
I believe
Whoa,
we have.
somebody lost on time, perhaps.
I believe he lost on time, but also Queen F3 was a checkmate after the last move H6.
Exactly, Queen F3 and.
And I think
Well,
those,
no, the Queen protects.
And I have to say, Giri also won his game against Vishwanathan Anand, and that is a huge result for my pick. I'm happy with that result, I have to
You're
say.
looking pretty good. Well, we really just focused on the Garry Kasparov game. We're going to go very shortly to Zagreb. Let's go to Zagreb. And Maurice was watching all the action on the other games. Maurice, what caught your eye?
Well, there was a lot of blood on the board that round. 4 victories for the field. Only one sole draw, as we noted. And some interesting moments I was shocked to see. This board featuring Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, where MVL won. And I want to show you this moment in the opening after Queen takes E2. This was the position when Shakhriyar decided, with a little bit of a space disadvantage, to play this mini combination, knight takes on D5. Of course, his bishop is unleashing an attack on the knight on D4. But after knight takes, bishop takes, this just allowed knight takes E7, cracking his structure. I'm sure he didn't really want to have this kind of position happen to him. A simple bishop e3 landed on the board and said, what did you do? You gave me your pawn on e7, causing a weakness on d6, and now we're going to try to trade off your dark squared bishops. He said, nuh-uh. He said, well, too bad. Now I've got a dominant knight on d5. Thanks for giving me that gift. And the game proceeded along basically these lines. I can go much later in the position to here, and you see the knights have been traded off, but the same weakness remained. d6 is hanging, the rook on d5, and replaced that knight, and just a dominant game. He played a5, cracked the position open, queen b7. He said, let's go to an endgame. You created your own weakness, and now I'm going to smash you with that, and we can jump ahead to later in the game. He wins the pawn on a7. In other words, Shakhriyar committed sacrificial suicide. He just did it to himself by taking on d5, thinking that was a good idea, and MVL just converted quite easily and powerfully. But this game is one that Indian fans are going to be really unhappy about, the one with Giri and Vishwanathan Anand. It was a back and forth affair in the opening, but I want to jump to the critical moment in this game right here. The game is basically a fight. Black is currently up a pawn, but white has just played a big check. What black should do? Bring the knight back, defend the position, try to stay solid on the dark squares, and see where it goes. Instead, in time pressure, Vishy played the horrible king to g7, overlooking rook g8 check, king to h6. It all looked okay until, boom, a fantastic move by Giri, bishop to f4, threatening rook g6 mate. That rook is pinned on g5. That's a mate threat, Adam. You have to take this piece, and now queen takes on f4, and it's still all about rook to g6 with mate. Also, queen takes on h4 check is coming as well. He played queen f2 and just lost the game on the spot. A big blunder on his part with king to g7, but that's what happens in blitz. Even the great players miss moves under time pressure, and that's given Anish a big point. It looks like actually it's 2 games in a row. Anish beat him yesterday and now today. So Anand is fading from that great position he had, and Giri on the rise in the competition as well. MVL, of course, keeping pace with Nepo. So an exciting first round, lots of wins. Let's hope that the OGs represent in the next round. Guys?
Yes, Maurice, that was a bad start for the old guys, for sure. But we asked the players interview, what's it like sitting across the board from Garry Kasparov? Enjoy the interviews.
In this position, we will speak about the topic making the right exchange. Well, what can we understand when we speak about the right exchange? Sometimes it is very useful to change certain kind of pieces to exploit, let's say, weak squares or weaknesses, or even like exchanging the strongest defenders of your opponent's king in order to have a successful attack. So, well, in the first example, actually, if we look at the position, we can already say it is not about the king side attack. So we will obviously not exchange anything here which will help us to launch an attack on the king. So that is quite clear. And it is obviously also not about exploiting squares, because the only weak square which we can see in this position is the square on d5, and exchanging here any pieces would not help us in order to exploit it. Besides, black has 2 knights in the game, and the knights are able to always kind of control or protect certain squares. But, well, looking at this position, what can we actually witness or see? Well, looking at it, we see that there is a pawn on d6, which is quite weak, and much more important than this, the fact that the knight on b8 and the rook on a8 haven't yet developed anywhere. So if we are quick and we are able to exploit the weakness on d6, then we can have a very successful outcome in the game. So now the candidate moves in this position. Well, obviously the queen is the biggest problem in order to exploit the weakness on d6. I mean, the first idea a lot of people here in this position would get is to play queen e2 with the idea of queen d2 attacking the pawn on d6. But here after queen e2 also black would develop with a tempo playing knight d7, attacking the bishop, and then it is very hard for us to exploit anything because we have to react to the threat. So we can maybe look for another possibility here to exploit the guy on d6. So we already said the problem is the queen on e7. So maybe we can try to go for an exchange of the queens, because if the queens are off the board, then the pawn on d6 becomes a lot weaker. So that would guide us to a move like queen h4, which once again would be a move a lot of people would not even consider, because they would think, oh, it creates a kind of double pawn, a bad pawn structure, and they would stop in this moment, and that's why this move wouldn't even cross their mind. So after the move, actually queen h4, the problem, however, is that black is not forced to exchange the queens. Black can stop this exchange by playing a move like knight g5, which would sort of interrupt the diagonal and create a counterattack on f3. So immediately to play queen h4 will not be successful. But that's why actually the solution here for white was quite easy. He captured on e6 first, because that knight was the problem. Here, if queen takes e6, it would lose immediately, because we can exchange the queens right away and then capture the pawn on d6 and would end up in a winning endgame. For this reason, after the capture on e6, black had to capture back with the pawn and not with the queen. So let me just get back to the position. So after bishop takes e6, f takes e6 was played, and now queen h4 was the move to continue. And here black did not capture the queen. He tried to actually save the position one more time. In order not to lose d6, he went for the move queen f8, which, however, did not help him a lot. No, I think he went for queen d7, but it doesn't change much, because after queen d7, actually, white would just continue his idea of exchanging the queens. I mean, for example, if queen takes h4, then she takes h4, and no matter what black is doing, he would lose the pawn on d6. The pawn is not able to be protected. If knight d7, we could capture on d6, protect the bishop on d6. If knight c6, the same thing would happen. We could capture on d6. If d5, we can simply capture here. So white would simply win a pawn and objectively would end up in a winning, technically winning endgame. So black still tried to show a little bit more resistance. After queen h4, he went for queen d7 in the game. And now after queen d7, queen d8 check was played. Now queen takes d8, bishop takes d8, and black here continued with knight d7, because okay, even knight c6 will not make a huge change. If knight c6, then I would anyway play bishop c7 and I would get the pawn on d6. And with the knight on d7, at least black thought he had some chances in counter-attacking other pawns, like the pawn on e4 or the pawn on b2. So he played knight d7. Now bishop c7 was played in the game. And after knight c5, white continued with rook takes d6. And well, here already, like, we can stop our example, because white won just a pawn, and obviously he has a winning position. If black, for example, takes on e4, then we can capture on e6, and we would also win another pawn on e5. And I think in the game, actually, black tried to play knight a4, attacking the pawn on b2, but nevertheless ended up in a losing position eventually. That is not important for us. Important was the beginning stage. The right exchange in this example was based on exploiting the weakness on d6, and well, realizing that the greatest defender of the weakness on d6 was the queen. The job was quite easy accomplished.
And we are back. Well, round one, very eventful round. 4 decisive games. Let's take a look at our standings after one round of blitz.
Such an amazing first round. We have Jan Nepomniachtchi, who scores a victory and is now leading with 12 points. We have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Anish Giri, who scored as well in the first round and now are 1 point behind the leader at 11 points. We have Jan-Krzysztof Duda, 10.5, Kasparov with 10 points, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Viswanathan Anand with 9 points, Alexander Grishuk with 8.5 points, Anton Korobov in 9th position with 7 points, and Jordan Van Forest is picking up the pace with a huge victory, probably the most important victory in his career almost.
And his first victory.
Kasparov.
At his first victory in Croatia.
What a first victory to have.
But let's take a quick look at the pairings for second round of Blitz and set the table for us, please, Christian.
We have a big clash between Viswanathan Anand and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. We have Garry Kasparov versus Alexander Grishuk. This is the game that we will be focusing on. Of course, we want to see Garry with the white pieces. We have Korobov versus Van Forest. We have Mamedyarov versus the leader Jan Nepomniachtchi. That one is a big one indeed. And of course, we have Anish Giri versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. The players tied for the second position. We'll definitely keep an eye on this one as well.
Absolutely. Those two last games, as far as the standings concerned, are the most important. But it's about the return of Garry Kasparov, and his form in round one didn't look that great. Or was it just a case of the young Jordan Forrest deciding he was going to play one of the best games I've ever seen him played? I mean, he didn't make a single mistake, and he looked very, very good.
I have to say his opening preparation was quite amazing, Van Forest. And then also his handling of that dynamic position of
superb.
The rouser was just amazing, superb. He took on e6 at the right moment, created that square on g6 to land with the queen. Then he found that rook swing via the third rank, rook d3, rook g3. Just brilliant attacking game by Jordan Van Forest.
Let's just take a look at the age differential between the players. Jordan, the youngest, at the very top, from the youngest to the oldest. Jordan and Duda as the youngest, and then you go all the way down to Grishuk, and then the two legends, Viswanathan Anand and Garry Kasparov, 58 years young. But he didn't look good in this first round game, and I'm a little bit worried about my pick because I said Garry was going to come with all guns blazing. I picked him to win the Blitz.
And Garry,
so Gary's got to come back.
Garry is going to play a player that he surely knows very well. That is Alexander Grishuk. He's been knowing Alexander since the early ages when Alexander was just a kid and entering the Olympic Russian team.
Exactly.
So this one is definitely going to be quite an exciting matchup for you, but we have so many interesting games, and that is because the players are keeping it so close, so tight at the top. Nobody's running with the event, and this is what I like to see. I want to see these players going into those final championship games without a clear winner. This is what we all want.
For me, the game of Kasparov, the key factor was the poor clock management by Garry. And it just seemed at the end he had no time, and Jordan played these moves a la tempo and just got him positionally as well as tactically, and it was the poor handling of the clock. Now, when we talk about players who do not handle the clock well, we talk Alexander Grishuk. So this might be the case of, you know, the players playing 12 moves and having 1 minute left each. Christian, do you think something like that could occur in this game?
Oh, absolutely. But what struck me the most is that Garry actually played really quickly at the beginning. He was holding on the pace quite remarkably. But after that, when he started trying to find these maneuvers, h5 decision, whether you put the pawn on h5 or you put the bishop on h6 first, do you put the king on e7 or the bishop on e7, those decisions, they cost him a lot of time.
Yeah.
Too much time, I have to say. In Blitz, you cannot spend more than 10 seconds, 20 seconds on those type of decisions because you have such a limited amount of time.
Yeah, it just felt to me like he didn't have the familiarity. It was like the moves just didn't come out of his hands. And as you were saying, he really spent way too much time over some crucial decisions. There's the handshake. But as the players get ready for round two, Christian.
We know that he's been training. We've been told that he's been spending a lot of time playing online chess. So even while these players were playing rapid in the previous games, he saw what happened with Vladimir Kramnik in Paris, because if you are not warmed up, these players are warmed up. They play 3 days of rapid chess.
Exactly.
They are in that competition mode. If you're not in that competition mode, then you're going to lag behind and it's going to be very difficult to catch up. He's been playing, he's been competing online, and let's see whether that's going to pay off.
I'm not sure though. For me, there's nothing like over-the-board competition. You can play online all you want, but the tactile feeling of the pieces, looking at the opponent across the board, that counts for a lot, and I don't think you can imitate it.
We see
I was about to say a Tarash, and this was an old favorite of Gary when he was playing in the candidates.
And he's accepting the pawn.
Yes, but knight f6, to my mind, is a little bit off the beaten track. Everybody plays knight c6 in that position.
But I have to tell you, Yasser, Grishuk definitely knows what he's doing.
Exactly. He's not just blundering a second pawn and saying, okay, he's ready for, but this is what Gary is asking himself. Should I go swallow the bait and go queen takes b7, and after knight c6, then what do I do? Or do I do something a little bit more common and retreat my queen to b3, not grabbing the second pawn? Gary's taking some time, and again, this position cannot be unfamiliar to him. He's on, terra firma, I would say, on firm earth.
Absolutely.
And
he did
here's
play
the
queen
difference. Why didn't we see knight c6? The queen b3? Well, this queen is very nice on the b3 square, but that was the whole purpose, was to disturb the queen with the move knight c5.
Now there's a big question. Where are you going to put the queen? Are you going to go to
That is the big
c2?
question.
Well, if you go to c2, then that rook might land on c8, and you might have some difficulties on the c file. Do you go to d1? That looks like a very passive square, but might be the square that's out of danger the most out of all of them. And this is exactly what he's choosing right now.
Right, queen d1. But how do I put this? In rapid chess, having the initiative, sacrificing material for the attack, usually is a very good strategy. In blitz, it's even a better strategy. And this pawn sacrifice is not what Gary wanted to defend against. He's not the player who grabs the material and hangs on in Viktor Korchnoi style. No. He's Gary Kasparov. He's much happier playing the black position than he is the white position. And from the opening, advantage Grishuk. Even though Grishuk is a pawn down at the moment, he certainly seized the initiative.
No, absolutely. And I do have to say that I think practically, at least, this was not the right decision, as you were mentioning, by Gary. I think once you see the c5 and c takes d4, just don't take the pawn. Don't go queen takes a4, just go queen takes d4, play that position against the isolated queen pawn.
Exactly.
And just have a slow game. It's very important because, look, right now we're looking at the clock. Gary has 3 minutes and 13 seconds. Alexander, 4 minutes and 30 seconds. That's
right.
a huge time differential already in a difficult defensive position. This is not what you want to see.
Not if you're a Gary Kasparov. Then bishop b4 with the straightforward threat of knight takes c3, bishop to d2, breaking the pin to the king. And also, from Gary's point of view, big time threat of knight takes e4, which would win a piece. So here, it's queen a5, I believe, is the most sensible looking move to my eyes. Queen a5 defends the bishop, first of all, on b4, but it also reinforces the threats that black is trying to create against the knight on c3.
Also, knight takes d2 is an option, and if you take with the knight, then I want to play bishop to c6. Basically, what I'm trying to do with black here is stop you from castling. If you manage to castle with white, then you're completely out of danger. You're going to nurse that pawn advantage for the rest of the game. But if you don't manage to castle, and this is the key in this position, knight takes d2, I think, could be an idea. Knight takes d2 and then bishop to c6. Let's see what did he do.
But knight d2, bishop c6, bishop e2.
He took on c3. Okay, that's an interesting decision.
I was going to say that you could be welcomed to capturing on g2 because there will be rook g1 and a capture on g7. And by the way, captures on c3 occurred.
And I have to say, I think this is good news for white. And I'm starting to like Gary's position. Because the best you will be able to get with black pieces is recover that pawn on c3. You're not going to be able to get any sort of dynamic play and catch me with the king in the center anymore because you don't have enough pieces. You exchange two pairs of pieces. That's huge. In this dynamic position. So we see queen b4, that defends the pawn. I'm expecting queen to c7, continuing that harassment of the pawn on c3. Queen to c5.
Similar move to what you were suggesting, Christian. The difference is that maybe with the queen on c7, it would be awkward for you to exit stage right with your king, so the move queen
also
c5.
With the queen on c7, you would be able to go rook to c1. With the queen on c5, you cannot do that.
Now, bishop to d3, Gary is close to completing his development, but he has to do it at the cost of returning the pawn. And after king d2, I think black is very, very satisfied with the outcome of the opening rook c7, king d8. I think that black can say, yeah, I've pretty much equalized, although
I do believe he equalized. Nevertheless, I would say both players can be happy with the outcome because Gary was under a little bit of pressure. True. Obviously, Alexander was within his preparation. And also, with such a limited time on the clock, you want a simpler position. And this is what we're getting right now.
By the way, what is the times of the clocks for the players?
2 minutes and 35 seconds for Gary and 2 minutes and 26 seconds for Alexander. So he actually caught on time.
And that's what I mean. These two players, it doesn't surprise me that they have a similar situation on the clock. I'm a little bit, I am surprised by knight d4. I really expected this. The problem for white's point of view is this rook on a1 is passive. I was really expecting the move a3 in order to release the rook for active duty. a3, rook c1, and rook c7 I thought was on white's agenda. After the move knight d4, however, king e7, it's black who might be the first player to grab the c-file. And usually in such positions, possession of the open c-file is going to determine
on the board
advantage. a4, whoa. That's a big time move.
It is.
Because it basically says, you've got a target for life over here on the queen side now after a4. And look at Gary go, f3.
He's trying to control that knight via f3 and then e4, excuse me. And then put that king on e3, defend the knight on d4. That's a nice construction that Gary is preparing right now. You cannot take yet, at least, on a4, because if you take with the bishop, I'm going to double up on the a file, rook to a3, you're going to have to move the bishop back, then I'm going to regain that pawn, and the pawn on a7 will be a weakness. But if you take with the rook, the same. I will take, rook to a3, same thing. Let's see what happened. We're seeing f3 now. He has to find a place for that knight. He played knight e8.
I'm not a fan of Gary's play here. I think it's awkward and it feels wrong. It just the pawn on a4 to my mind is too big a target. The move knight f6, like you said, the pawn on f3 rather controls the knight. The knight could have come to d5 where it doesn't do anything. Sasha's thinking to himself, where do I want to go with the knight? What plan has he envisioned? He's planning to put his knight on d6 and follow it up with knight c4 check when his knight would be much more effective. Rook b4, okay, defending this pawn. Again, that pawn sitting on a dark square makes more sense to me. It feels like, well, I don't know if it's too harsh to say advantage black, but I feel that after knight d6, it actually is easier to play black. I don't know, should I be playing the move f7, f5 to gain a little space in the center on the king side? Two very attractive choices in my mind, f5 or knight d6.
Right now, I
Probably.
believe White's idea is to go knight to b3. You played rook to b4, a4, rook to b4, and then you want to remove that rook from a5. This is key. You want to go knight b3, a5.
Get the rook from a5, but knight b3, probably the rook has to go somewhere maybe
And that's
less
why
special.
I didn't want to play f5 as black, just because it was cutting the action of
You
that
want
rook.
you want to keep the fifth rank open to give
Yes.
more squares for your king. Makes sense.
Also, a quick update. We have Korobov versus Van Forest, which has finished in Korobov's decisive victory.
A favor for Anton. Well, I mean, chess can be like that. You go from this extraordinary thrill, this great high. You just beat Garry Kasparov. I mean, what else could you say? You know, like you're just feeling just great with yourself. The very next moment, you just lost to Anton. It's sort of like, crash to earth. H5.
Maybe
Now
we can
that,
follow on the live board right now, the big
Yeah. There you
bird's
go.
side view.
Again,
There we
I just
go.
ask you, Christian, apologies, the clock times.
Right now, it is actually Gary with 52 seconds and 29 seconds for Alexander.
And Gary, as you said, setting up that very nice construction with pawns on e4 and f3, followed by his king being on e3. But this is the move f7, f5. Somehow I had expected that move earlier than when it came, and now it's 3 pawns to 3 pawns. A lot of material getting vacuumed off the board.
Bishop to d3. We're going to see rook e5, rook e4.
And bishop is going to be very well positioned on e4. King f2. You see, Gary was reaching for his bishop and played king f2. That, for me, is a telltale sign that he's not in form yet.
Well, and Vishwanathan Anand, we have an update, has won his game against Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Our congratulations to Vishy.
I think this is going to slowly peter into a draw.
a2. Just in time to cover.
What?
No,
No,
you can't offer a draw. Here,
You cannot offer a draw, Sasha.
so they were about to say,
They
I'd
found
like
the
to offer
repetition.
a draw.
They
Yeah,
found the repetition.
They found a repetition. Shaky game. Shaky game, Christian. What other games are currently going on?
It's all over, it seems like. No, we do have the game between Mamedyarov and Nepo still going, right?
Which game?
Mamedyarov
huge
versus
game
Nepo.
as our tournament leader. Whoa. There's a piece, but this knight on G1. Holy smokes.
What just happened?
White won. He's got 4 connected spots.
Nepo is taking his first loss of
No.
the blitz section, not the rapid section.
Yeah,
the second loss
exactly.
of the event.
You caught yourself.
Yes.
Shaq showing that he can get things done. Okay, this opened up the floodgates for your guy, Anish Giri, as well as MVL. How did Anish play?
Anish beat Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and is tied for the leadership position right now.
Oh, you're looking like a
like it.
Nostradamus.
I like
it's
it.
amazing. My guy Shaq, he shouldn't have lost the game one.
But he's getting close. Yasser
Yeah.
Shaq is only 1 point behind, if I'm not mistaken,
I
right
think
now.
it might be 2, but we'll definitely double check on our standings in a moment. But soon we're going to go. What other results were
Let's
there?
just see what happened in this game of Giri versus MVL. I do not know. I think Maurice also will have some updates for us, so I don't want to go into his
steal
game,
his
the one that
thunder,
he's
yeah.
going to analyze. Maybe we can get an idea of what he has in mind. But of course, we do have this one, big game, but we do have some updates from Maurice in Zagreb. Maurice, what do you have?
Oh, wow, what a wild round it was indeed. Lots of exciting games. Let's get to some of the key ones. First of all, you guys mentioned that Jordan Van Forest's game. I got to tell you, as you said, Yaz, you beat Garry Kasparov, you're on a big high, and boom, you get slapped, and you come back down to earth. It was in this position here. This Caro Khan. Everything nice and solid until the move h5 appears on the board. h3, h4. Now, when you play like this, throwing some pawns down the board, you say, you better have something behind it and be a little bit careful. He played knight bd7, knight to c3, and now the move e5, and this is where he got in trouble. You can't just decide with the black pieces you're going to play solid and then mix it with wild activity and giving up squares. After bishop to c4, he continued this wild aggression with e4, knight to g5, knight to e5, bishop back. Now you see the e-pawn is hanging, so he defended it, but after castles, bishop c5, d3, Anton said, why did you waste time pushing this h-pawn all the way down the board after this capture? Rook e1, hitting the pin piece, bishop d4, and Kerr splat with knight takes on f7. That knight cannot be captured because it is the other knight on e5 is pinned and also under attack. He tried his best to struggle, but after queen f3, bishop e4, boom, another hit on the square. Give me more food. The knight on e5 is in big trouble, and it's going to go. Yeah, you could take my pawn, queen to d4, but gift me the knight. You want to trade queens? No big deal. And he went on to lose very quickly as another piece of rook dropped, bishop d4, rook c1, and that's all she wrote. This is like one of the worst losses of this young man's career. I mean, how did he lose all these pieces like this in such a horrible opening? Anton Karabov splatting the youngster. Another game of importance, of course, for our standings is the game between Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Nepo. It was a moment, let me get to the right moment in the game after king b1. Here, nope, it's one back. Right here, knight e4, knight e4, queen takes e4. This moment in the game, the best move for black, according to the engines, is the move knight to b4. This way, if you trade queens, at least you get this bishop with check, and then you're able to take you. So I'm down a pawn, but I've got the two bishops, especially this light square bishop with black, and white's king is exposed a bit on the light squares. Don't note, of course, that the g2 pawn is hanging at the moment. That's the way he should have played. Instead, he played more solidly, avoiding the exchange of queens, not wanting to see that endgame. And Shakhriyar said, okay, let's just steal some squares, and we're going to trade queens anyway. But this time, you get no counterplay. Thanks very much for just a clear extra pawn. He fought as much as he could and got to this endgame, got his knight caught in the cookie jar on g1 when Shakhriyar said, bam, give me that, and give me that. Your knight is dead. We saw this finish. Give me that on f5. 4 connected passers, and the knight's going to die. No chance here. He went on to change the leaderboard, did Shakhriyar. And Anish on the rise, well, the critical moment was right here. In this position, black was doing quite okay. His pawn on c4 is under attack. He had a very nice move here, the move c3, disrupting white's structure. The point is, after takes, rook to a6, the a3 pawn is going to come under attack, while the knight currently is under big attack. If white, that is, continues with the move he played in the game, knight f7, now bishop to b5 check first, and that's the point of the move c3. Check to the king, move your king, I steal your knight. What did he do instead after knight takes d6? He played b5 and got hit with, bam, knight takes on f7. Now there is no bishop b5 check or anything like that. He just simply loses the pawn. Obviously, if king takes, then rook takes on d7, a straightforward tactic. Stole the pawn, and Anish went on to win the game. So tactical mistakes coming from the players, missing big-time moves, and that cost them. What a great round that was. And now Anish rising, tied for first place. MVL fading a bit. Anand, we should point out, there was one other game. Anand won his game, and it was a big blunder by Duda right here. In this position, Duda was doing just fine. And then knight c2, a lemon, hitting the rook so he could get back to d4. No can do. Now a knight hits your bishop. If you play knight to d4 now, we're just going to take your bishop. Thank you very much. Your queen is also under attack. So knight c2, knight to e4. He took on a1. Give me the bishop, tempoing your queen. Now I'm going to defend, and your knight is trapped on the a1 square. He's going to get 2 pieces with a rook. Anand went on to win. Good bounce back game for him. So a lot of blood spilling all over the tournament hall. Leadership changes as well. Incredible round we just saw. And it's only 2 rounds in We got 7 more to go. This is getting good, folks. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Maurice. And let's take a look at the standings after 2 very eventful rounds. What do you have for us, Christian?
What an intense couple of first rounds. We have Jan Nepomniachtchi still in the co-leadership position right now because Anish Giri just caught up to him at 12 points apiece. We have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with 11 points. Kasparov, after the draw, is on 10.5 points. Jan-Krzysztof Duda also 10.5 points. Shakhriyar Mamediarov, a big victory for him, is going to be tied for 6th with Vishwanathan Anand after a big victory for Anand as well. Alexander Grishuk, 9 points. Anton Korobov in 9th position with 8 points. And Jordan Van Forest with 7 points in the 10th position.
Well, it's Anish rising, but let's take a look at our pairings for our next round of Blitz. Will Anish continue his streak?
We have a big game, of course. That is the one between Nepomniachtchi, the co-leader, and Anish Giri, the co-leader as well. This one is going to be such an interesting matchup. Of course, that is on board number 2. We have Vachier-Lagrave versus Vishwanathan Anand on board number 1. Van Forest versus Mamediarov. Grishuk against Korobov. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the Polish fighter, against Garry Kasparov.
The clash of the generations, as Duda's the 2nd youngest player in the field. And this time I promise, we're going to promise you an interview with the players and what it's like to play against Garry Kasparov, who's sitting on the other side of the board.
The legend Garry Kasparov is going to be sitting down at the chessboard to play in this event. What are your thoughts about this opportunity to play against him?
Yeah, it's really amazing. I mean, it's like one of these, things you can tell to future generations. I've had the opportunity to play Garry Kasparov in a real game.
It's very challenging and it's a big pleasure. First of all, for me, it's not about the result, like beating or not losing at least him. But in general, you don't see him, too often out of the board, and it's also an honor to take part.
Yeah, because there is only one Garry, and he's obviously the legend and one of the best players of all times. And I'm very happy to have a chance to play against him.
13th world champion Garry Kasparov is playing, and I've been a fan of him ever since I've been growing up learning the game. So getting a chance to play against him is definitely a dream come true.
It's always special watching him play, even still in these recent events that he played, the blitz and so on. There's so much attention to his game, and he still gives people what they're asking for, what they're looking for. This the energy, the passion, and that's all still like back in the day, and that's going to be very exciting.
Oh, I remember Garry playing probably his last tournament in Linares. That was fantastic. Not only fantastic play, but fantastic personality. So I'm ready for everything, but I want to enjoy facing him.
I've almost joined him because he hasn't played for so long, but now I haven't played for a while as well. So we're both going to try and think how it feels. But it'll be nice. I think generally when I sit opposite Garry, it triggers lots of old memories. But I've only had that once in St. Louis, so it'll be a new experience again.
Of course, it's a big honor to play against Garry Kasparov because I will play first time against him. I think many of players played against him 20 years ago, 15 years ago, but I will play first time. It will be very nice to play against him because he's, of course, for me, he's the best player in the world for all time.
Well said. Best player in the world of all time. And as we were getting ready for the 3rd round of Blitz, we are going to be following the game between Anish Giri and Nepo because these are the 2 tournament leaders that are tied for first. We promise you that Garry Kasparov's game will be our reserve game. We'll go to it. Your thoughts, Christian?
Yeah, sir, such a treat for these players to play against Garry. And I didn't realize that even players like Mamediarov have not faced Gary yet.
Ever. Yeah.
This is incredible. I know that Grishuk surely has faced Gary before, but all these other players are just having such an amazing opportunity, and we have such an amazing opportunity as commentators, as fans, to watch this immense player compete over the chessboard. Maurice, how about you?
Well, Gary was world champion when I was coming up as a player, so we all look up to him as the absolute superstar dominating the game. Don't forget, Gary won his world championship title on November 9th, 1985. There are only 2 players in the entire event that were born before then. Of course, Anand and Grishuk. Actually, there were a couple more who were born that same year. That is Mamedirov and Korobov, but they were just born. They were little babies when Gary won his world title, and everybody else is, of course, younger than that. So they look up to him as a legend, literally someone they didn't see play or they've watched all his great games. But there's something funny watching the interview from Jordan Van Forest. Reminds me of, I play Bullet a lot online, and I play as myself. So, you know, I'm challenging people, and somebody comes on. And I remember a couple of days ago, a few days ago, someone came on, and as I was playing against them, they said, "Oh, is it really Maurice Ashley? Oh, man, I'm such a fan." And then they beat me that game and beat me the next one. I was like, you know, they tell, what a fan you are. Well, I proceeded to pummel them the next 4 games out of some heat. But then it went back and forth. And you're like, you know, don't tell me you're a fan and then whoop on me. And that's what Van Forest did. I'm such a big fan of you, Gary. How about this, Al? So they may be fanboys, but they want to beat him.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Maurice. But let's refresh everybody's memory and our predictions. I had Gary Kasparov in the Blitz.
You guys have been bullying me all the first 4 days, but now I'm on the top. I'm on the top. I see Anish Giri on the top with such a great momentum behind him. Let's get ready to take on the leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi. I'm taking on you, Maurice, on this one.
Well, you know, it's funny how you describe being on the top when you're tied. you get very over-eager there, Christian. It's interesting. We'll see what, you know, there are a lot of rounds left. We'll see how Anish continues, but I'm still comfortable with my guy in the lead.
It's about momentum and the trend. I think that's what Christian is talking about.
Precisely.
I mean, Nepo has been leading since day one of the Rapids. He started with 2 victories in the Rapids, so we haven't seen a tie. Anish coming up to join with Nepo, and again, that will be the game that we'll be keeping our eye on. I like your story, Maurice, about your fans coming on and playing against you and beating you. 2006, I was in the Torino Olympiad, and an Italian player had come to me, and we were talking, and he asked me, did I know Michael Tal? And I go, yes, I did. He said, did you play against Michael Tal? I said, yes, I did. Did you win against Michael Tal? I said, yes, I did. And he says, what's your name? And I said, well, I'm Yasser Serwan. And he said, who? It was like, man, crash burn.
That's when you crashed.
I was out. That was bad. That was a bad day. Oh boy. Your thoughts as we're moments away from the 3rd round, Christian. Gary's form.
Well, Gary is just warming up. He's tuning his weapons right now, and this is exactly what we're seeing. I feel that drawing the 2nd round against Alexander Grishuk was very important. Get on the scoreboard. And in this type of events, when you're facing the murderer's row every single game, you're going to be playing the top players every single game. You don't want to show any weakness. And this is what I think he did in the 2nd round. He took this aggressive approach early on, took the pawn, accepted the sacrifice, and then defended quite well, I have to say, because he was cornered at some point. So he's starting to warm up. I'm having my expectations quite high for Gary in the next few rounds.
I see it differently. I see it as 2 fails. Obviously, the 1st round, he lost the game, and it was
the first
really
round,
rather
undoubtedly.
But the 2nd game too. I thought that his play in the opening was poor. That his opponent, Grishuk, seized the initiative early, sacrifice a pawn in a variation of the Tarrasch that Gary's familiar, and Gary looked a little bit nervous and was ready to accept an offer and a draw, except there are no draw offers. Both players forgot that even though it was a drawn rook and pawn endgame, you have to find a repetition, which they did. Again, this will be our feature game for this round. We will definitely keep Gary's game in reserve, but these are the two players who are currently tied for first.
I think the players sometimes forget that they're on camera. You remember that moment with Grishuk. He almost offered a handshake, and he was like, yeah. Let's just make a draw. No, you guys are on camera. You cannot offer a draw like that. Right. Make the repetition and then get the draw.
Right. Do it correctly. Remind me what happened in their game against one another in the rapid between Nepo and Anish.
That is a very good question, Yasser. I do think it was a draw, but I
just
cannot tell you for sure. Maybe
the reason I ask is because Anish came in to today with a back-to-back victory over Viswanathan Anand. That's right. He won in the round 9 of the rapid, and then suddenly in round 1 of the blitz. And I'm just wondering, oftentimes. Oh, it was a Catalan.
No Catalan this time because we don't see the pawn on d4 yet. There we go.
But I'm saying that the game that they played in the rapid was a Catalan, but it was Anish who was white. And then it was a5.
You're right, a5, knight a6.
Yes, exactly. So it's somehow, they're playing the same game, but with colors reversed.
They're playing a Catalan mini-match.
Yes, exactly. Well, we could write a book based on their games.
Probably
bishop to d5. This is a very standard idea for black. Kicking the queen, preparing the move knight to d7, and the bishop basically gets out of the way of c5.
And this is the moment, actually, when the bishop was on c6, that black played a5 in their previous game.
No, this is where h7, I think it was h7, h6.
And then exchange on f6, and then knight c3,
c3. Yes, exactly. Yeah. So in this game, because the colors are reversed, that is to say the players are different, playing different sides of the position, Anish's choice was to play bishop to d5.
And now, we have this interesting queen to d1. Usually you see that queen landing on c1, not on d1.
And yet this is still standard Catalan theory, I do believe.
It is, yes.
Yeah,
queen to d1, but queen to c1 has kind of taken the top position as the most played move.
Probably for this reason, that is to say, the reason that black now gets to play the c7, c5 move. When black gets to play this move comfortably without anything going wrong, usually he's equalized, and something like knight to d7.
I don't think we see your analysis right now, Yasser.
Oh, I see. Okay.
We can maybe watch the big board right now to see these players up close.
Here in this position, I'm expecting knight d7. He played bishop takes e5, recapturing the pawn immediately. My preference would have been to recapture the pawn on c5.
We see bishop to c6. Right. That bishop is going to be preserved on that long diagonal.
Now this is the players playing on reverse colors. Anish, who is a really big Catalan player with white, he really believes in the light squared bishops. Nepo in their game was willing to play bishop takes f3. Get rid of this light square bishop. Give me that knight. No, not Anish. Anish says the light square bishops are great. I want to preserve my light square bishop. He played the move bishop c6. That it strikes me that the players are playing slowly, Christian. Are they burning clock? What's going on?
Well, queen to d1, I think, was slightly a surprise, and I believe Anish reacted quite energetically with this move c5. This might have caught off guard Jan. Jan, again, let's not kid ourselves. He's getting ready for a world championship match. Is he playing his main openings? I highly doubt it. He's switching openings quite often. So I know that for the past few months, 100% he has been spending a lot of time on his new repertoire that he's going to be using in the World Championship match. That is the key preparation that he's doing right now. Right now he's kind of playing from memory. He hasn't necessarily actively repeated all this line that we're seeing in this tournament. So this might be the reason why we're seeing a bit of a slower approach by both players.
Cleaning lady seems to have
It does.
come into the tournament hall and just swept quite a number of pieces off the board. After the move knight f3 to e5, we saw trade of the light squared bishops. Then we saw this move bishop d4. We saw the trade of the dark squared bishops. Both players have compromised pawn structures, 2 rooks and a knight versus one another. Sorry to say, but I'm feeling like I should turn our attention to the game of Garry Kasparov, because for me this position has draw written all over it.
Let's do that, Yasser. You're right. It's time to watch Duda against Garry Kasparov.
And that is the game of Jordan Ben-Forrest. This is Anton's game.
We're seeing exactly the same pawn structure as in the first game. So
Garry is repeating round 1 that brought him a disastrous result. What was the difference? Right here, there wasn't a trade on c6. Duda allowed the trade of knights, and instead of the rook being on a7 and the queen being on c6, the rook went to b8. Presumably to sidestep any discovered attacks by e6, e5,
yeah,
bishop
sir,
t7.
I do have to warn you.
What?
Garry has 2 minutes. Duda has 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Big time difference.
Big, what's that, 60 to 90 second time difference? Sorry, but once again, you cannot. These players are too good. They're simply too good to be given such a huge discrepancy in time. Now, with the queen posting up on h5 as it is, the positional threat is to play f5 takes e6, because no longer you can't play f7 takes e6. That's simply an illegal move. So there is a positional threat of f5 takes e6, and Garry is stopped.
Absolutely.
He just he's stunned by this move, or he just doesn't have a decent answer for it.
Well, Yasser, one of the things that I was playing this as white back when I was playing e4 10 years ago, and one of the things when I studied this position is if I manage to land something, either a queen or a bishop on h5, that's just simply going to paralyze Black's position. That's why we've seen Garry in the previous game play h5 very early on.
Exactly.
So that it takes that square away from my pieces. It's specifically due to this presence of this h5, e8 diagonal pin on the pawn on f7.
Exactly.
It's so difficult to defend against this f takes e6. You have to take with the f pawn. If you take with the bishop pawn or with the bishop on e6, you're going to give me the d5 square. The knight is going to land there. You're going to have a terrible structure, a strategical structure in that situation. And that's exactly what we see right now on the board.
Yeah, for me, when you're playing the rouser and you end up losing the square d5, oftentimes Black is playing the move b4 and not allowing the knight to jump to d5. Advantage white, no question about it. Duda playing very, very well.
45 seconds for Garry, 3 minutes for Duda.
Oof. And at the moment, Gary's facing a very concrete threat.
Not looking
Knight takes e7, followed by rook takes d6. Give me the pawn. Garry makes a counter attack. He's saying, you're welcome to capture my d6 pawn. I'll capture your g2 pawn. How do you like them apples?
We're going to see g3 very soon. I don't think white is going to give up the g2 pawn.
Well, for me, the bishop has kind of done its job on h5. I don't really think I need it there anymore. I would probably play bishop f3 myself, just covering the king side. Sometimes when you play g3, it's an anchor, right? The guy goes h5, h4. Don't ask me how he does it, but he does it.
Knight to c7 was played.
Knight? What?
Well, he does
Knight
want to take that
c7?
pawn on a6. King to d7, knight takes a6.
Ah, very interesting.
And then you also have knight c5 coming.
Ooh, very nice. And that was why Garry played. But wait a minute, Gary's played king to d8, potentially allowing for knight takes e6 and bishop f7. I beg your pardon, the pawn on g2 is still hanging. Double-edged affair. Did Duda make the right choice when he played knight c7? I'm not convinced.
I am not convinced either. No, I do not like giving up that g2 pawn. I feel
that's clear counterplay now for black.
Exactly.
But it's about the clock, Christian. 20 seconds. Oh my goodness. And rook d2, Duda saying, no, 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 no. I am not going to let your rook play havoc along the second rank. But Gary's traded rooks. He's got in the move f5. He does have the two bishops. Bishop g5 check. Always a potential disturbance in the force over there, and he's done it. Again, it's all about the clock. Gary's ready to capture on f5, but he's hesitating.
Rook
because
d5.
He's recognize.
Rook
Oh
d5.
no!
He forgot about rook d5. That swing on the fifth rank with the
And he
bishop
just
on
resigned.
g5 just loses a piece, and he just resigned. It's a resignable position if you cannot take on f5.
Oh my gosh, I'm stunned. I'm stunned. I thought that when I saw the move rook g2, well, let's go back to the game of our tournament leaders just for a moment. What do you have for us, Christian?
I think we're having some problems with the live feed because the position that I have on the board right now is impossible. But we do have, what seems to be
and
a very equal endgame. This is going to be equal. Rook to c4, we're going to see some exchanges. I'm going to go rook to a2. I'm going to pick up that pawn.
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying about the live feed. Yeah, it's stuck. But you're right. The
right
rook and
now,
pawn endgame looks...
They're just looking to find a way to repeat the position. I think
exactly.
White is going to go rook to a2. G4, wow. Maybe he's playing for
almost a win. Yeah, who's playing for a win, right? Maybe. When you see a move like g4 and you're a pawn down, you could just play rook takes a4 and rook takes f4 and win the pawn back. This is a peculiar way of play. Check? Really?
Check to bring the king either to the f file, which is probably where he's going to land, and I will take on h5, you're going to take on a4, I'm going to take on h2, you're going to take on f4, and we're going to shake hands.
I see. Rook to h6, yeah.
Rook to g6,
yeah.
Or the king goes to g7, rook to f5. Let's see what the repetition is. Rook to f6.
Yes. Just want to be sure you're not falling for some horrifyingly basic blunder. By the way, my pick, we're talking about predictions, Shaq has won his game.
We're having a tight race, Yasser.
We certainly are. As these players finish things up, let's go to what game are remaining.
I believe we still have MVL versus Anand, or Grishuk versus Korobov. Yes.
Grishuk versus Korobov. Let me just get that. Holy smokes,
what is happening
right?
here?
My goodness, this is a complete melee. Melee that's going on. Takes on g3.
Alexander with 8 seconds on the clock, maybe a bit more right now due to increment.
Hold on.
And Korobov with 30
Am I
seconds.
seeing an extra rook here for white?
I believe you are correct about that one. I do not see any other pieces on the board.
I'm looking for... why does this position feel so lopsided?
That is one full rook.
I am missing a rook. Anton, what are we doing? Anton says,
here?
I apologize, what am I doing?
We still have one game, the one between MVL versus Anand.
Drew. Anish did draw.
We've seen that, the end of that game against Nepo. And now we have this position on the board, crazy position on the board, exchange down.
What
for
the heck?
What is happening? There we go. And we see a simplification. Knight takes f6. They're going to find what? No, you cannot do that. You cannot do that.
They've got to figure out
the repetition.
The players had agreed to a draw, but well, just one small problem. You cannot. And there we go. They figured it out.
Fast and furious round, Yasser.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Some real action there, but. For me, there was two stories. The draw between our tournament leaders, meaning that the players are still tied for first, but Gary Kasparov, stunning loss The position was when we thought double-edged counter chances. Probably we would prefer Duda's position, maybe not that by much, but a howler, a move that was so bad, was played by Gary that it caused him to resign. And again, time mismanagement.
Yes, sir, he needs to find a new opening. Because right now, this is his second game in this particular opening, in which, unfortunately, it's difficult to say, but he is getting destroyed, especially on the time.
Yeah.
He doesn't feel the position.
He doesn't feel the position.
He doesn't feel the position. And these positions are so difficult, even with classical time controls, they're so difficult to handle. He needs to find something a bit more comfortable for the moment that he is in right now and the time format that he is in right now, because these players, they're going to sense that. They're going to see, oh, you lost 2 games in this line. I'm going to go in this line.
Exactly.
This is the line that I'm going to choose. Am I an e4 player? It doesn't matter. I know e4. I've seen e4. I'm a super grandmaster. I'm going to play e4. And I'm going to take you in those type of muddy waters that it seems like right now Gary is not handling very well. I believe we're going to see a change of approach in Gary's games in the next few games.
No question about it. I think a change of repertoire, maybe even a dragon. I mean, he used that to great effect in his 1995 World Chess Championship match in New York City, and a World Championship match that Maurice Ashley called, and he happens to be in Zagreb, Croatia. Maurice, your thoughts on this third round?
Yes, indeed. And really, the round was one that basically is overshadowed by Gary's handling of his time situation. Nepo definitely had a chance in his game to beat Giri. We'll get to that in a second. But this game, it got to, let me get to the position. This one. After the game, my first instinct when the game was over was to go outside from the studio and see Gary's reaction. And I got to tell you, he looked like steam was coming out his ears and fire out his eyeballs. He just so frustrated about what has happened so far in this event. Of course, I didn't try to talk to him at all. How you doing, Gary? How you feeling? Yeah, I might have gotten punched in the face. I steered clear, let him walk by, he went to his room, private room, and just has been hanging out there ever since. I don't hear any banging on the walls. I didn't see anything crazy. Actually, he just jumped on his cell phone back in the room, which of course is allowed. I then went to Duda, and I didn't want to say too much, and of course Duda doesn't want to say too much and seem like he's bragging after defeating Kasparov, but I did mention something about the opening. I said he did spend a lot of time in the opening, and Duda's comment was, Queen C7 is not played very often. This move here that Gary has prepared for this position. He said, Queen C7 is not played very often. That was his main line there. And I said, yeah, he spent a lot of time at some point. And the key moment, guys, with the difficulty for Gary was right here. Rook B8, bishop to E2. He has 4 minutes and 11 seconds on his clock. Even if it's not the greatest position in the world, it's somewhat uncomfortable, it's 4 minutes and 11 seconds. And remember, he started with 5 minutes on the clock. Here, he went from 4 minutes and 11 seconds, played bishop to D7, down to 2:33. 2:33, that's what, 1 minute and 38 seconds on one move in the opening. And it's not an earth-shattering move at that. Bishop to D7 on move 13. You know what's going to happen when you spend that much time on a simple opening move, or even on any move in a 5-minute blitz game. A lot of time for a decision that was not that critical, came back to haunt him later when he was trying to fight. And of course, once we see things like that, we say, this player is not on form and needs to get going, or else this could be a disastrous day. We saw the same thing happen in Paris when Etienne Bacrot started off very well, handed it to Kramnik, and an out-of-form Kramnik coming in, playing against players who were already playing in the event, warm, ready, heated. He also tumbled. So how they're going to prepare in the future is going to be something very important to note. Very quickly, I promised the game between Giri and Nepo. Giri got into some trouble at some point, and it was right here, actually right here, that the position looked very, potentially very strong for Nepo, but actually Geary defended very well with rook a6, b5, and basically it came down to not enough weaknesses in Geary's position in order to convert the advantage. And so we still have co-leaders, guys. Tense affair at the moment. We'll see how the players handle it, and particularly one player, Garry Kasparov, I know a lot of fans are hoping will be able to right the ship. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Maurice. And let's take a look at our standings after 3 games of blitz. It's still Nepo and Geary at the top, Christian.
Nepo and Geary at the top with 12.5. We have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And right now, after the victory, Jan-Krzysztof Duda is sharing the 3rd position. Shakhriyar Mamediyarov in the 5th position with 11 points. Then we have Kasparov/Saric with 10.5. Vishwanathan Anand also with 10.5, sharing the 6th position. In the 8th position, we have Alexander Grishuk, who is on 10 points, approaching that tie for 6th position. 9th position, we have Anton Korobov with 8 points. And in the 10th position, we have Jordan Van Forest with 7 points.
And well, we see the blitzers. Anish Geary with 2.5 out of 3, 2 points. And 2 points for Grishuk. But let's take a lesson from our partners at KasparovChess.com as Maurice Ashley presents the lesson we'll see on the other side of this break for round 4.
White is threatening to plant a knight on f5 and attack the black queen, and black should have anticipated this attack by moving the queen out the way and going to f6. But instead, black wanted to prevent this completely and played the move g6, which did not work out because white played the very powerful rook to e6, a great sacrifice on the square. If you don't accept it, well, this rook is going to wreak havoc in the position with rook takes on g6 with check. And this attack would just be absolutely crushing as you see the pawns just disappear. There are multiple ways to continue here. A bishop could go to h3, for example, knight into g6, or even some queen maneuvers to harass the king some more. Maybe even rook to e1 might be the strongest move in this position, just to keep the attack going. Another rook might show up on e6. And if you play rook to f6, then knight to g6 and knight to e7 is coming, or rook to e7 is coming. There's just all kinds of madness and mayhem that black's position faces. So after rook to e6, black captured immediately. And it's similar what will happen here as white took on g6, took on h6, and then checked one more time before taking on e6 with check. You might ask, why not king to h8? This one would have allowed continued attacks anyway. This is just horrible for black. So king to f7, d takes e6 check, queen takes, and now bishop takes b7. White now has a bishop and 2 pawns for the exchange. The threat is to take the rook, and the other threat is to play bishop to d5. The king is just horrible. There is no reason for black to continue this game. And so black resigned. In this position, black's king is stuck in the middle of the board. And we know what happens when your king stays there too long. But apparently black forgot. And here played rook to d8. That move is just stunning when you see all these white pieces trained at your king and getting ready to do some serious damage. And damage indeed is what white did by capturing on e6. And after fe6, queen takes on e6. This is a really beautiful attack. It looks as though black may be able to survive with the move bishop to e7, as things may be covered, it looks like. But it turns out that bishop takes on h7 is a monster move, destroying the position completely. Obviously, you can't play rook takes because of queen to g8, and that's actually checkmate. And if you try trading off a rook, white throws in bishop to g6 with check, and now king to d8 forced, and now rook takes d1 check, bishop d7, and bishop to f5. And this bishop is going to go down, and so is the rest of black's position. So after queen takes on e6 with check, king to f8 is very much forced. And how does white continue the attack? With a very nice move, bishop to c4. Really beautiful, unleashing all the big guns in the position. The threat is queen to f5 with check, a very hard move to deal with. Queen to d7 runs instantly into rook takes on d6. And as you can tell, if the queen takes here, then that's just simply mate. And if you trade off, then white will just simply take on e6, and this is hopeless. Again, down 2 pawns. So after bishop to c4, black played bishop to e8, trying to cover up. But cover up nothing is what that move did, because rook to d5 now threatens rook to f5, and this is just an attack that just keeps getting better and better and better. What could you do here? Well, bishop to g6, rook to f5 check anyway, and clearly capturing the rook does nothing. g6 is also met by rook to f5. Beautiful move, as g takes on f5 now runs into queen f6 check. You block, and now queen takes on h8, followed by checkmate. And we should point out that if you don't capture, you're going to get scorched as well after this nice check, forcing the capture this time, and now it's checkmate. So rook to d5, a crushing move. Black played queen to e7, but of course rook to f5 check is disaster, and bishop to f7 is met by rook takes f7 check, and that's the game. A crushing sacrifice on e6, all because black decided to leave the king in the center one move too long.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our live coverage of the Grand Chess Tours in Zagreb. We are in our Blitz mode as we're playing the first day of Blitz. Tomorrow is our second day, but I've been negligent to our sponsors. I have to remind everybody about the swag. We've got Grand Chess Tour pullovers and cardigans available at QBoutiqueSt.Louis.com. There you see just a small part of the new Grand Chess Tour wear, and go and do your shopping and show your support for the Grand Chess Tour and get your swag. But our standings, Christian.
We have Jan Nepomniachtchi and Anish Giri at the co-leadership position with 12.5 points. We have MVL and Jan-Krzysztof Duda 11.5 points, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov 11 points, Kasparov with 10.5, Viswanathan with 10.5, and we have a lot of very exciting matchups for you coming along.
What are our matchups for the pairings for round 4, Christian?
Well, I do have my eyes on that first one. The
Yes.
one between the 5-time world champion Viswanathan Anand and the 13th world champion Garry Kasparov. We have Korobov versus Duda, Mamedyarov versus Grishuk, Giri versus Van Forest, a reiteration of their encounter at the Tata Steel tournament earlier at the beginning of the year. And we have MVL Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, we will go with the battle of the legends there of Vishy and Gary. But that 5th round on table 5, I want to say, we'll come back to that.
Yes, sir. We're seeing
sure.
Another Najdorf.
And Garry Kasparov, 3 blacks.
And he's going Bishop G5. Wow.
You know, the whole lineup of people. If you're going to play Queen C7, these top players are saying, look, Gary, if you're going to play this old line and face difficulties, I'll do it. And
somebody will have to come up with a novelty.
Everybody's been watching the games, I guess. The players are going back to their rooms, and they're saying, let's play this line against Garry Kasparov.
Yes, sir. I'm telling you, this is the problem, yeah? And they're going to smell blood in the water. These are sharks you're dealing with.
Absolutely.
Viswanathan Anand, despite the fact that he hasn't played in a year and a half, 16 months by now, he's been coaching a lot. He's been helping raising the talent in India right now. And those guys are at the top of their game. Their theoretical knowledge is unparalleled and is helped by Viswanathan Anand, of course. So he's been keeping a very close connection to the world of chess and exactly what's happening in the theoretical world of chess. That's what I'm concerned. That's why I'm concerned.
Well, again, Gary, he likes these rook moves, rook b8, rook a7. I'm not a big fan. I'm thinking that I like what you said earlier. Get in that move h7, h5 before a piece lands there. That was not Gary's choice. Gary played rook b8, and whoa, a completely different approach by Vishy. b2, b4.
Wow.
That's, as a chess coach, you say, do not try this at home. What on earth is he doing? b4?
Well, yes, sir, as you were mentioning, that h5 square is so important, and I do believe that after we're going to see a queen drop back either to c7 or to b6, that h5 square is going to be there for a landing. I'm going to put that queen there. I'm going to inhibit your king on that diagonal, then f5, and I'm going to ask you the question.
Well, that's the same positions that Gary's been having to begin with.
Correct.
Those positions with the queen on h5 and a
Exactly.
pawn on f5. But there was a pawn on b2.
Exactly.
Now, when you play the move b4, as Viktor Korchnoi said to me time after time, yes, sir, pawns don't move back.
But, yes, sir, there is a big difference. And
Okay.
that is in the games that we have seen so far in this line. Always Gary was managing to get the queen to e5 in the center. Now I don't
With
see that
the pawn
happening
on
anymore.
f5.
With the pawn on f5.
Right.
This was the way that White was cutting the action of that queen from c5 to h5 so that I can land the piece there with the move f5. I don't have to do that right now. So that queen is not going to land on e5, very important square, anytime soon. So it's a different position, and this is what Anand wants to get. He wants to get a different position, make Gary think, because you know he's going to be thinking about his options, and then take advantage later on as the game progresses, as the game gets more complicated, and you have very little time left on the clock.
Well, the move b4 did create a very lengthy pause No question about it, as Gary essayed the move Queen A7 in response. But I can't but feel that B4 is just a bad move. I just can't shake it.
But he played it so fast. It must be
I know.
his preparation.
I think it's one of those things that you kind of prepare a little bit and you go, okay, it's good for a game.
Yeah.
And it's going to get my opponent, Gary Kasparov in this case, in a big think, and time trouble has been a huge factor in his losses. F5. Well, once again, we may see H5 and the opportunity of grabbing a pawn on F6, or what else can I suggest, if not for Bishop E7? So far, by the way, I haven't been seeing Gary play what, well, you might say is a rather traditional move in the rouser, putting your king in the center, and you can cover the pawn on B6 with the rook. I just, maybe like Gary, I don't have a very good feeling for this position, but whoa, A5. Okay. A5. Wow, A5. Normally speaking, we say as a chess coach, don't try attacking when you're not sufficiently developed. As far as I can tell, Gary's got all of his pieces on his last rank. The move A5, to my way of thinking, is a serious overreach.
Those rules, Yasser, they'll fly out
right
the
out
window
the window.
when White plays the move B4.
They're not rules, they're principles.
When White plays the move B4, those principles are out the window.
Bishop
The position
E7.
is completely new, and we're going to have to deal with it as it comes. And this is exactly what we're seeing. A5, I do like the move A5. You have to create some counter chances on that side, and you have to do it fast. Bishop to E2, bishop to E7. Now the players are
Bishop
kind
E7,
of...
Bishop E2, sorry. It's
Bishop E7,
bishop
E2. Yes,
yeah,
yes,
black to play.
And now H5.
H5. Certain questions. After A5, I think I would have captured on E6, so that you have to take with the pawn not to allow knight D5. H7, H5, a move that you yourself had explained, you really need to do that before something big lands on the H5 square. King B1, as Tony Miles was wont to say, tucking the king away a little bit closer out of the center. One of the drawbacks of the move H7, H5 is sometimes you see the queen going to H3 and the bishop being able to capture the pawn. But right now, I would say that in the next 2 or 3 moves, everything is going to be decided, because it's one of those positions that it's so sharp. Bishop D7, queen. I was about to suggest the move queen D6, eyeballing here, and rook D6, Christian.
Well, we do have a big result that is boiling right now in the game between Vachier-Lagrave and Nepomniachtchi, because this pawn landed on D7, and I'm not going to stay too long on this one, but you can see it. This king is in big trouble. We're seeing this discovery. You can go queen to E2, but this position is just not looking very good. Queen to F7, king to H8, queen to F8. That's a checkmate on the board. I do believe he missed this move. Knight takes E5. The game is almost over. Let's go and see maybe a resignation in that game. Maybe we can watch these players right now.
Nepo sharing tied for first, coming into the round with Anish Giri, but he looks like
1 minute and 15 seconds.
Is that a bishop on D8?
It is a bishop on D8, yes.
Then it should be a materially decisive position for White, as he has queen versus rook and minor piece. But the pawn on D7 is simply enormous.
It's queen and 2 pawns, and that pawn on D7 that's just controlling the bishop. This is game over. This is going to end anytime soon.
Strange move for me as C4. I looked at, it seemed like queen D3 with the double attack against the pawn on H7, and the rook on B5 was decisive. That looks terrible. Back to our game with Gary and Vichy for just a moment.
We might see a resignation here. Yes,
yeah,
there we
it
go.
Is. Good call, Christian. And We have seen a capture on e6, followed by bishop takes e6 by Gary. Again, looking very, very similar to his round 1 defeat at the hands of Jordan Van Forest.
And how are we doing on time? The big question
Yes.
is, and let me see if I can find that answer for you.
Seconds.
2
2
seconds.
seconds for Gary.
Wow.
And he just barely got in the move before he flagged.
Don't forget, you're only gaining 2 seconds in the blitz section, not
No
10
time.
anymore.
He's
You don't
got
have
to.
time.
He's got to be ready to move a la tempo, and he's thinking too long. 2 seconds, 1 second, 3. He's gone. Did he
flag?
Did he flag? It's not clear. It's hard for me to tell. Is his clock frozen?
It says 0-0 on my board right now.
And he says it.
I believe it says it on the clock.
Normally-
Vishwanathan.
Neither
Vishy will
player
sit
is
in just a
aware.
second.
And by the way, this move, bishop f6, sets up the threat. Rook takes b4 check.
Oh,
And
the arbiter is about to intervene.
Yes.
This was a game lost by Gary on the clock.
Quickly, what games do we have still in progress?
Let's
we
go
will
to
jump
Gary
to Anish Gary's game.
versus Jordan.
Yes. As you were saying when mentioning the pairings, this is picking up from their rivalry in the tiebreak of the Tata Steel.
Well, Yasser, you know that this is going to be a rivalry throughout
For the ages,
years.
yeah.
For the ages.
For many, many years to come. Both players very, very young. And by the way, there was an opportunity to get in a rook check to make sure that Black's king was way out of play. He would be stuck, in fact, on h7. But now with this move h5, I like this rook on b4.
Maybe
It's
we're
so
going to see knight to
beautifully
e4
posted.
right now.
And remember, Anish came into this round tied. So with a draw, he would move to first place
Knight to
all by
c4.
himself.
Okay.
Knight to c4, maybe eyeballing an opportunity for knight d6. Well, now after this trade, it means that the pawn on g4 is weak for a long time.
The bishop
to b7.
wants to go to d5 in the center. The problem is bishop d5, you're going to have to face knight to d6, attacking checkmate, which has to be protected via rook to b8. I believe that is probably the only way.
He's reaching for his rook.
He has to go rook b8.
Exactly. Rook e8 is mate, and this gives Anish the time he needs to play the move b3, b4, getting his pawn out of pre. Bishop c6, inviting rook c6. I don't like that move. It seems to me like the last few moves, Anish is beginning to seize a little bit of the advantage, and he's got space to begin with. So, and look at this, the rook. Okay, king e7.
Knight takes f7 is going to be on the board after king to e7.
That is correct.
That might be a problem.
Well, absolutely, no question about it.
Bishop
Bishop
to
e8. Jordan a little
now
bit
the
concerned
King
because
has to come into play. King to e3.
well, the question, no, rook takes b4, rook c8. I cannot defend the bishop on e8, but
we're going to see rook to b6 now, I predict.
yeah, you got to kick that knight. That knight is
That knight
absolutely
needs to go.
too strong. Has to go.
And I think
there
we're
we
going
go.
to
A
see
draw agreed.
a draw very soon.
Yeah.
Rook takes b4,
Rook takes b4.
rook takes
and
a6.
that the moment we saw knight takes e8, we saw that Anish had given up his ambitions of winning the game. The players will discover a way of repeating, and that will be it. Any other game? We have, I believe, my pick still hard at work.
Not looking good,
Ooh,
Yasser, I have to
not
say.
looking good. 3 connected pass pawns for Black in the center. This should be an easy win for
That is a lot
Grishuk.
of pawns, and I think we're going to see a resignation. That's the A pawn against the F, E, and D pawns. That's not going to go well.
Grishuk, consummate master blitz player.
Such a classical player.
Yeah, just get the rook behind the pawn. I mean, forget about playing d4 and d3. No, rook goes behind the pawn. the pawns will take care of themselves. And that victory by Grishuk really knocks Shak down. But by the way, slowly, Grishuk is creeping back up into the field. And maybe not the greatest rapid result, but he's showing his blitz skills tremendously. And I'm sorry, I had Gary as my pick at the blitz. It's like, come on, Gary, but we're not seeing it. Gary's just not the Gary of old.
No, but again, it's this Najdorf with queen to c7, and Maurice was making such an important point. He just mentioned it to Duda, and Duda was like, yeah, this queen c7 is not very good. This queen c7 has been analyzed with the new engines, that, and that, and you're probably much worse. You're not supposed to play like this. We know that you're not supposed to play like this. So why is Gary playing like this? Nobody knows. Only Gary knows, and maybe we're going to get Maurice to ask him about this, because this queen c7 seems to be not a very good move in that particular opening. We know bishop to e7 is the main line, then b5, a completely different approach. But allowing bishop takes f6 and this damage to the structure on the king side doesn't seem to play into Gary's repertoire right now, and his time situation, every single game is very dire, and this is a problem. He needs to change something. We need to see something else besides this queen c7 Najdorf, because again, I don't know exactly who he's playing next with the black pieces, but whoever that is
there's going to be a line of people.
Yeah,
even if it was a poison pawn, the queen c7 hasn't worked. And Maurice, your thoughts?
Well, definitely a big round, this one, especially what happened between MVL and Nepo. And we take a look at this position. MVL had actually gotten an advantage and could have done some work with it before, but he got to this position, and the d6 pawn is currently just hanging. You want to save this pawn. Bishop c7 would have been one way to do it, the most solid way, just save the pawn. It's not exactly the most coordinated move, but at least you protect your d6 pawn. Instead, he considered the b4 pawn to be more important and played queen to b5. And that just set him up to get his bell rung after rook d6, bishop to c7, one move too late. Give me that knight, g takes, and then d6. You guys came into the game right at this point when the pawn landed on d7, rook 8, c6, and then bing, bing, bing. Give me either your king or your queen. As the queen is hanging to the bishop, obviously if you take, you would get mated in 2 moves. And that was all she wrote. We saw the rest of the game before he resigned. Very strange decision to give up the d6 pawn and then missing this tactic, which just blew him off the board. MVL certainly surging. Talk about 2 players who are surging though. Grishuk started off slowly with 2 draws, slowly, average fashion. Then he won his last game. And this game, I'm going to tell you, against Shakhriyar, it was just beautiful. It was just a takedown, but in the most solid, almost like Russian school style. We're going to outplay you move by move. Here, bishop g7. It looks as though black is the one with the compromised pawn structure, but he's got this dark square bishop. And you look at it, you say, well, it's not doing anything right now, but with the big center, it can. Rook fd1, castles, e4, play the move f5. This is the key move of the game, the discovered attack on the queen. Follow this theme, a dark square bishop discovering an attack on a queen. In this position, he played e5, and it's artificially isolated this pawn as rook f to c8. Now the rook's going to c4, and it was white on the defensive suddenly, protecting the position. And one of the moves I'm going to show you as he traded queens, very smart. Move I like was, after trading these bishops, he said, bishop to f8, switching direction with the bishop, and showing the superiority of this piece over the knight, which had no real squares to take advantage of. He went on to dominate this game. The structure just shows white has no potential, and it's black for choice from every angle. And just beautiful style. A game worth going over because it even looked like a classical game. Better player outplaying a weaker player. We know Shakhriyar is no slouch, but Grishuk getting it done. And finally, this game, another player on the right, so Grishuk with 2 in a row, is Duda. He just beat Garry Kasparov. Remember, he lost in the first round, drew his second round, just beat Garry Kasparov. Let me see if I can find it on my board. Yep, here we go. Duda against Kurbov. Duda with the black pieces. This was a miniature, folks. And I'm going to get to the critical moment in this game where right here, this right here, knight at a5, threatening knight to b3, 4 king pieces. He should get the rook off of a1. Instead, he played queen b4 as a move, and it looks like he could trade queens with queen b5 check and change the nature of the game. But the simple retreat, bishop to d7, covering the b5 square, but also threatening to move the pawn off of e7, as well as trapping the bishop that's sitting on g5. I'm going to show you how it all happened. Rook c1, e5 played, dark squared bishop, discovering an attack on a queen. And when the queen moved, now simply h6, where's your bishop going? Nowhere to back up to because of the pawn on h4. You simply lost a piece. He sacrificed here, but it wasn't going to lead anywhere. Trading queens and then playing b4. Hey, am I getting my piece back? Negatory. No way in the world, because now if you take this knight, bishop takes, king to e2 is met by bishop to b5. Check, hello, nothing to do here but toss your rook in to be eaten. So he resigned, realizing he wasn't going to win his piece back. So 2 players winning 2 in a row on the rise. Lots of wins still. The leaderboard is shaking up, guys. Definitely getting hot as we get to the middle round here on day 1 of the Blitz. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. No, that move, queen b4, looks like an epic fail as we take a look at our current standings after 4 rounds of play, Christian.
Anish Giri, my pick, is finally in the leadership position with 13 points. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Nepomniachtchi with 12.5 points, as well as Jan-Christoph Duda with 12.5 points, who is just rising at the top right now. Vishwanathan Anand with 11.5 points. But we have so many more exciting games for you guys.
Absolutely, but before we see some more exciting games, our friends at KasparovChess.com are running a special during the Grand Chess Tour where it's a 30% discount on memberships, and you're going to get a lesson right now from Tanya, and we'll see you on the other side of the break.
In this position, Black's king hasn't castled yet. It's still in the center. It's a vulnerable king. But that's a dynamic advantage. Give Black one more move and he would go king to f7, connect the 2 rooks, finish development, and solve problems. A key defensive piece in the position is the queen on d7, which protects the e6 pawn as well as acts as a guard to the Black king. Spotting that, White comes to the stunning move, bishop a4. This also takes advantage that the knight on b2 is pinned. Knight a4 would run into rook b8, and that's game over on the spot. Bishop a4 pins the queen. Black has no other move except to pick up the bishop with the queen. This piece sacrifice done to get rid of the key defender from d7, which leaves the e6 pawn undefended. White jumps in with the queen, breaking open Black's king. If Black tries to hide on f8, White continues the momentum with the blow on f6, sacrificing a rook after g takes f6, picks up the pawn, king g8 to keep the rook on h8 defended. Now all White has to do is bring the second heavy piece, the rook on b1, into the attack, and the way to do that, the thematic check on g5, forcing the king on an open file so that the rook can jump into the attack with a check. Black can only postpone the inevitable. King e8, queen e5 check, also attacking the rook, has to go to d7, and after rook f7, no matter where the king goes, White gives checkmate. So queen e6, the other square for the king, is to d8. And currently, White can't really bring a rook onto the attack from d1 as the square is guarded by both the queen and the knight. So after king d8, White follows up with queen d6. Once again, if the king moves to the open e-file, it's disaster after rook e1. So all White really needs to do is get the rook into the attack. Rook e7, king g8 would run into checkmate from f7, while after rook e7, if the king goes up, then queen g3 check, followed by mate. So black needs to keep the king hidden from the rook and goes to c8, but white finds another way to get the rook into the game through a rook lift on f5, threatening the deadly rook c5 check. Also taking advantage that the knight can't really come into defense because of the pin along the b file. Trying to hide from rook c5, black can go king b7, white insists with queen b6, king a8 loses on the spot to queen a6 checkmate. So after queen b6, he has to fall back, and finally white achieves what he needs to deliver mate, which is getting the rook into the attack with a check. King d7, rook c7, forcing the king on the back rank, and with queen b8, that's a checkmate. In this position, we also see that the black king is stuck in the center. There's no development. White has sacrificed a piece for the initiative, but it's very important to keep the momentum going, give black another move or two to finish development, and it would be game over for white. So white needs to find a powerful way to break through. And he does just that with the move knight d6 check. Always look for forcing lines, checks, captures, and threats. With knight d6 check, there's a discovered attack on the queen, so black has to pick up the knight with the queen, and now white picks up the knight on c5. With this trade, he's also eliminated black's only active piece, which was acting as the key defender, the knight. The queen can't really move anywhere because white will go on to win the bishop and the game, so black has to accept the bishop on c5, and queen b7 follows. With no development whatsoever on the king's side, the king is in extreme danger. White has the big threat of rook a8 checkmate. Bishop e7, the only move, so that rook a8 check can be met by bishop d8. But we see another target in black's position, the weakness on f7. And very often, when taking advantage of a vulnerable king, we must keep an eye out for the opportunity to get another piece into the attack. And white does that with the move knight e5. Big threats on the board. Queen f7 as well as queen d7. Knight h6 would defend one of them, the f7 pawn, but runs into rook d8, king d8, and mate on d7. So in fact, after knight e5, the only move that black has to keep the game going is queen to e7. It's still not good enough, continues with force, sacrifices the rook on d8. If black picks it up with the king, several ways to win. Queen b8 is mate instantly, and after queen d8, queen f7, checkmating the black king on e8.
Hello everyone and welcome back to our live coverage. It's been a heavy day for one Garry Kasparov, as the return of the legend is not what we had hoped for, and certainly not what Garry has hoped for, as he crashes to 3 losses out of his first 4 games. Let's take a look at our pairings for round 5.
Let's see who we have. We have Jan Nepomniachtchi against Viswanathan Anand, coming off a win against Garry Kasparov. We have Van Forest against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, coming off a win of the leader, the previous leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Grishchuk against Anish Giri, and this is the game that we will be following. And then we have Jan-Krzysztof Duda with 12.5 points, tied for the second position against Mamediyarov. And we have Garry Kasparov against Anton Korobov. Garry finally is getting the white pieces. He had 3 black pieces in the first 4 rounds. Now he's going to pick up the pace with the white pieces.
Let us hope so. And that third round matchup, as you say, will be our key game that we'll be following, but also on table 1, that looked like also an important game for our standing. So we'll keep an eye on that one. It's tough. It's tough. Chess is very, very hard, and at the top, these players are incredibly good. Garry may have done some prep, online prep, moving the mouse, and so forth and whatnot, but coming into the Grand Chess Tour, playing against these monsters with little time on his clock, well, it's not been pretty, Christian.
And I have to say, he was dealt quite a heavy hand, playing 3 blacks in the first 4 rounds. That's a difficult one.
Now remember, this is a double round robin, so if you switched and said, okay, let's play the other side first, let's play the Sunday's pairings on Saturday and give Garry Kasparov 3 white games in the first 4 rounds to warm up and play his way into form. I think that would have been a better way of handling the business of the organizers. But coming into this heavy field with 3 blacks out of 4 was a challenge, and especially it just seems also, bluntly speaking, obvious that he picked a bad opening defense.
And the players found that chink in the armor extremely quickly.
Yeah.
Extremely quickly, just like that.
They just zoomed right in and exploited
pummeled on it.
Yeah.
One after the other, one after the other. And it's very difficult. I mean, you came prepared with this line, and you hoped, you expected that you're going to get some games. Right now, you're not even getting any games because you're losing so much time in the opening that by the time the position gets complicated, you don't have any time to think anymore.
And here is our key matchup. And does interview with the players, what's it like to play against Garry Kasparov? Anton Korbov said, I intend to enjoy myself. I just, full of admiration.
Enjoy himself, but also he wants to make some money. I think
exactly. They're playing for a prize. These are professional players.
He had an interview, I believe, with Maurice, and he did mention that his wife told him, you have to make some money in this tournament.
Yes.
And this is what he's gunning for, that's for sure.
Exactly.
Lots of incentives as we were watching those prize fund. Just incredible prize fund for this tournament.
Exactly. 5-day prize fund, $150,000 as the players play a very, I want to say, heavy theoretical duel with the bishop coming to b4. It seems like the fashion.
Once against the Rogozin.
Yeah, once the Rogozin started getting played, and very, very successfully by black, it was just a whole line of players playing it as well. Now, in this position, with the queen on c2, once white gets in the move castles, yes, he can look forward to the possibility of gnawing against this backward pawn on c6. The real question is, what do we think about g5, bishop g3, knight e4, with the idea of swinging the bishop to f5 very quickly? Will Anish play the move g5, which also is double-edged?
That is a move that you definitely need to consider. Nevertheless, very often we see that move when the king is still in the center on e8, and potentially followed up via this move h5 and try to inhibit that bishop on g3. Right now, g5, of course, that is a move, but you did castle. So, and I didn't castle yet. That might
g5.
come quite important on the position. He did play the move g5,
Absolutely.
bishop to g3. We're going to surely see the knight landing on e4 in the next move, and I'll probably follow up with the move f5 later on.
Yes.
Let's see, we have
he
castle,
played castles, and now, of course, with the move castles, we get out of the pin, so that we're threatening to play knight takes e4 and bishop takes c3. Smartly played by Anish. It just feels after this move queen f6 that Anish knew exactly how to neutralize the position. He played it quickly, and I think he just paused for g5 to recall his analysis, but it feels like he's in his comfort zone.
Absolutely, and that queen on f6, I was mentioning the move f5, that might probably have been a bit of an overextension. And Anish knows that he doesn't have to do that. His king is quite safe right now on g8, despite the fact that that pawn is so advanced on g5. That knight on e4 is the important pillar of defense and attack in this position. So you have to hold on to that, and this is exactly what we're seeing. Bishop to d3, bishop to f5, defending that knight on e4. The thing is, you want to kick that knight away with a move such as f3, but you're going to have to face knight takes g3 at that point.
Yeah, here the question for me is the perplexing bishop takes e4. You play bishop takes e4, queen d2. You get into a bishops of opposite color middle game position, and always the question when you have that imbalance of bishops of opposite color is whose king is more vulnerable, and it strikes me that it's black. So bishop takes e4 would have been my choice. c4 was Sasha's.
Wait a minute. Knight takes g3, f takes g3.
Bishop takes.
Okay,
no.
now the position is getting way different. Bishop takes d3, queen takes d3. Okay, queen probably will
At first I
land on
thought
e5.
it was a piece loss.
I did also.
I thought the rook
also.
on f1 was pinning the bishop on f5. I said, oh my gosh, Anish just blundered. A piece. Queen g6, queen d4. Again, when your opponent has an open king position, try your best to keep queens on the board. Don't rush a trade. A move like queen g6, queen takes g6, question mark, would allow black to equalize. Christian.
I believe that the queen, after queen to g6, queen to d4 might be the right way to play, but queen to e5 seems much more of a natural choice at this point. I think it chose d takes c4, something that we were not even thinking about.
Yeah, that wasn't on my radar.
And then queen to e6.
Again, I'm not trading queens because I feel any queen trade is helpful to black's cause. I want to play queen to c3, maintaining a connection with the an attack against black's king.
And this is exactly what he did. Rook to e8, if I'm not mistaken, we have on the board rook a to e8, keeping that rook on f8 so that it supports the expansion with the move f5, which I think we will see.
The highly desirable rook f6, king h1. An invitation to play queen takes e3 so I can go queen takes e6. White really wanted desperately to play the move rook f6. If he could get in the move rook f6, it was good chances of attacking black's king. Again, Anish playing very bravely but also correctly with the move f7, f5, preventing rook f6, a4 again, offering an opportunity. Let's swap. Take my e3 pawn off the board. It's not that great. I'll take your c6 pawn, and thanks to your open 6th rank, I'll have an initiative. Anish still needs to be careful. Grishik for choice, in my view, although it's not a huge advantage at all. It's not. It's just that there's this vague threats against an open king, Christian.
Vague threats indeed, but you also have to be careful because if we exchange the queens and the pawns on e3 with a pawn on f5, then I'm going to have the majority. I'm going to have that extra c-pawn because your majority on the king side with those h2, g3, g2 pawns are not going to matter for much.
Agreed, but the position just changed dramatically.
Yes.
With that trade of pawns, and I remember Bent Larson giving me a lesson or two about the, this isn't exactly the diamond pawn structure, but h3, g3, g2. The king goes to h2, and it's like a cocoon.
A cocoon, yes.
And
a cocoon,
again,
just don't get skewered on the 2nd rank.
That is true.
Because that's a problem.
That is a big problem. Okay, but rook to d1, and again, you can see that it's black's king that is feeling a little bit untoward. Rook d6 is definitely on white's agenda. Rook c8 by black.
I have to say, I don't think there's much history to this game. I do not believe that any of the parties will be able to create any sort of imbalances in the position. I think we're going to reach a drawish endgame very soon.
Really? I still see that this is a dangerous position. Would you like? Is there another game? MVL.
MVL is definitely an interesting one against Jordan, especially because Jordan is getting down on time. So maybe let's jump to that one.
Okay, let me just see if I can bring it up. We'll look at. This is the game of Shaq.
Ooh, what is happening? What is happening? I see a pawn on e3, and if I see that, I don't like White's position.
Aha. Ooh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Who invited the pawn to e3? That is huge.
We might see a resignation after queen takes d3.
Queen takes c3.
Unless there's something even more like queen takes c3.
Yes, queen takes c3.
That's a visual, yes, sir.
Yeah, but okay, because that bishop will be looking at. No, just go e2. That's simple chess.
But is that simple? Queen to e3 is probably going to be met with queen takes d3. Is that the move? King to f2 was played.
Oh, excuse me. I was also thinking of queen d1.
Queen d1, that's a beautiful move.
Yeah.
He took another pawn.
He played king f2?
King to f2 was played, and now we have queen to b2 on the board. Question is, queen g5 has to be played, right? To try to create some sort of counter chances.
Queen g5, I'm going to queen. Ooh, 10 seconds.
10 seconds, wow.
2 minutes to 10 seconds. And e1 equals queen.
Queen takes d6, e1 equals queen. Is that a checkmate?
Big threat.
Is that a checkmate? No, queen takes c3.
Sure,
there will be a checkmate.
It will be a checkmate. It looks like this is over.
We're going to see a resignation right now. No.
No.
King to g3.
But it looks like a flag. It was a winning position in any case. A key victory for MVL. It was a victory he needed. Let's just jump to the game between Nepo and Vishy Anand. The players are in a minor piece ending. Vishy, as usual, has his knight, but Nepo has an extra pawn. Bishop takes h5 check has just been played. Now bishop to d1, making it to Tsuji against the knight on d4. The bishop dominates the knight, and this should be winning for Nepo.
It should be that. H-pawn should be decisive. Nevertheless, it's not going to be an easy conversion.
No, it's not, because there's so little material on the board.
Knight to b5, forcing that pawn on a4, knight to c3.
Exactly.
And now all we have to do is find a way to get that h-pawn going down the board, use it as a
not
decoy.
Walk into a fork.
No, the knights are so
Those
tricky.
Tricky knights. We know in Blitz. Oh, and Vishy said, I've seen enough.
Let's go to Duda. That one is a crazy game. Duda versus Mamediyarov, your pick.
Okay, where is Duda?
30 seconds for Mamediyarov, 5 seconds for Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Oh my gosh.
Let's see the bird view of this position.
Is a total mess.
What is happening on the board?
Yeah, both players are trying to maul one another's kings. And wait a minute, there's a tactic. There's a king on g1, you can take on d4, and there's going to be a bishop takes c5.
And that is exactly what he's going for.
Exchange, and it's a
queen to c3, not over yet.
Oh, it's not over yet. It just feels like that.
Bishop to a7.
Yeah.
Inviting queen takes c6, but that is not going to be played.
No, because a bishop takes e3 check. But Shaq
now he's an exchange
sacrificed the exchange, but saying, I've got a positional
look
grip.
at those pawns.
h3, even with a queen trade. Uh-oh. What's the time situation?
Did he flag? No, he did not flag. He played it with 1 second on the clock.
Whoa. It's all about the clock, and it looks like Duda is outplaying. Yes.
2 seconds for Shaq.
Takes. Oh my gosh.
1 second.
And he's trying to play bishop takes f3 check. He's trying for bishop takes f3 check. Uh-oh. King in trouble. Ooh, rook h8. Let's go.
The position has simplified. Duda is now in pole position to take this one home. 4 seconds, 3 seconds for Duda.
Oh, good move. No, he didn't play knight takes f3. Knight takes f3. You got to do it. He didn't do it. He took with the bishop. What an extraordinary decision. And he's allowed mate in one.
Checkmate in one move ends the game.
Wow,
And
it
you
sure
can see
does.
that
I believe we
smirk.
have one more game left. Oh, it's all over. It looks like Anish Giri and, well,
Yes, I believe that is a draw.
Yeah, I
Yes.
see the kings in the center of the board, so it looks like the players have made a draw.
We did anticipate this. Nothing much happened unless somebody was going to flag. This was not going to change the result of the game.
Wow, how did Garry Kasparov do against Anton?
Gary lost against
With white.
Korobov against with the white pieces. Yeah.
Wow. I tell you that it's so tough. Very, very, very eventful round. We'll get caught up with Maurice in just a moment. I'm still kind of like
in a shock.
I'm kind of
Jittery.
nerves. What's going on? Because we have, check this out, a four-way tie for first as we tabulate all of these results. We'll show you the standings shortly. Christian, my goodness, I thought the rapid chess portion of this tournament was something special. We're seeing a crazy blitz.
This
start for
race
the blitz.
is heating up, Yasser. And we have 4 players right now at the top. I mean, the games are just explosive. Well, you see that one against between Duda and Mamediyarov. What a feast on the chessboard. Both players launching their attacks on their respective sides. Let's see the final moments of this game with seconds to play.
And these checks by Duda were just so well
Very
timed.
good.
And this move, knight takes h2, it took Shaq by surprise. And this beautiful move, rook to e1, keeping black from playing rook takes f5.
Yasser, I have to say, the way he's playing Duda right now, he's looking like the
impressive.
favorite. He's looking like the favorite in the blitz portion.
It's amazing, and when we do take a look at the standings, I want to draw the attention to the viewer of the column that shows who has the best score in the blitz. Because at first it was like MVL and Anish and Grishuk, but Duda very quietly has imposed his will on this event.
And it's reminding me of the first day in Paris when we saw Firuza just dominating the blitz section. It feels like Duda right now has exactly the same energy and momentum behind him. But let's go to Zagreb and hear some of Maurice's thoughts. Maurice.
Well, thank you, Christian. Yes, Duda is on fire. That Duda is on fire. Let's be clear. It is happening. He is playing extremely well. He lost early, then drew, and now he's won 3 in a row. But he's not the only one. One, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who somebody picked to win the blitz. We'll check on that shortly to see who was wise enough to pick Maxime. But he's also on fire. He lost the game, but I believe he's won 3 as well. So I think they have the exact same score in the blitz. Maybe Maxime is a half a point behind, but they are surging are the players. Nepo won his game, so that 4-way tie at the top. Who knows what's going to happen here in this event? You can't really say who's who and who's what when all of this craziness is going on. One thing we can say, however, is that Garry continues to have time issues. I'd like to show a position in this game. Garry was doing just fine. Where was the moment? It was right here. It was after the move knight to f6. Take a look at the clock times. Garry has 4:11 on the clock. Anton Karabov has 2:42. That's an amazing time edge, right? Great, fantastic time edge. 4:11 to 2:42. It's a normal-ish position. You can make any move. In his finest form, Garry would just make a move, whatever it is. He went from 4:11, and when he played 95, he was down on the clock. He was at 2:31, with Karabov still at that 2:42. That's crazy. There's no way you should have that dominant a time edge and make a move like 95, and that require almost 2 minutes to make. That's the form he is currently in right now. It's unfortunate. And it's difficult because it's all about playing. You can play online chess all you want. As you said, Yasser, you've got to get the feel as you're sitting at the board, the pieces in your hands. This is a lesson for those of you who are practicing for tournaments. Over-the-board chess is very, very different from online chess. And if you don't practice some actual sit down, move the pieces, touch a clock training, you're not going to do well in tournament chess. That's just the way it is. And we're seeing the lesson from one of the greatest players of all time. So he's not doing well, but clearly a hot tournament, guys. Let's see how the players finish it off, as the first half is clearly now officially over with some great rounds ahead. Back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Maurice. And let's take a look at our standings after 5 rounds of Blitz. Christian, what do you have for us?
Such a hotly contested tournament. 4 players tied for first position: Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Anish Giri, and Jan Krzysztof Duda, the Polish fighter. Then Alexander Grischuk, 3.5 points out of 5 in the Blitz section. He's leading the Blitz section right now, tied for the lead, of course.
Exactly.
We have Vishwanathan Anand tied also for the 5th position with 11.5 points. Shakhriyar Mamediyarov, Kasparov/Saric, Anton Korobov with 9 points, and Jordan Van Forest with 7.5 points complete the standings. What an exciting tournament we have on our hands, Yasser.
Absolutely. And let's just check a look at the pairings. I don't know if we actually have that graphic prepared for you. Yeah, I'd like to see the pairings again, as we are going to have a couple of players tie for first going head-to-head, Christian.
We have Anand versus Korobov. We have Mamediyarov versus Kasparov. We have Anish Giri versus Duda. That is the battle of the two leaders. And of course, we have MVL versus Grischuk. That's another big one. Grischuk is on fire right now in the Blitz portion. And we have Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Jordan Van Forest.
In the Shaq versus Garry Kasparov match, both of these players, of course, come from Baku, Azerbaijan. In our interview with the players that you had seen, Shaq said, this is the first time I ever played Garry Kasparov. I'm going to be looking forward to that opportunity. But on the other side of the break, we'll see you as we present you a mini documentary from our friends at KasparovChess.com, Street Chess in India. Have a look.
I can play with all the noise, all the confusion, all the chaos. It brings me peace. My name is Devashish Basu. I'm the president of Goriyat Chess Club. I created this club with all my friends in 2005. In the beginning, there was nothing. But we came, the chess lovers, we came together and we created something beautiful. You can see, this is a unique club. This is madness. Cars everywhere.
If you go to any club, you'll find that it's very silent. People like a quiet and calm place. But over here, it's a different atmosphere. We don't mind whosoever is going. The buses are flying out from here. People are coming down. There are a lot of hustles and bustles. You can see a lot of sounds over here. But we people are chess lovers, and we don't mind sitting down over here under the bridge. Even in the hot, humid summer, we come down over here to play chess. This is as good as an oxygen for us.
Actual আমাদের এইটা খেলতে খেলতে এমনই অভ্যাস হয়ে গেছে যে আমরা যখন দাবার বোর্ডে বসি এবার বাইরে বোম পড়লেও সেই আওয়াজ মনে হয় কানে ঢোকে না আমাদের এটা অভ্যাস হয়ে গেছে
I can play with all the noise, all the confusion, all the chaos. It brings me peace. I don't have to go to the Himalayas to find peace. I find my peace in this chess club.
এই বোর্ডটা খালি কেন এই বোর্ডে বসো লালু এই বোর্ডে বসো হয়তো ওই লালু 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 হেরে গেছে লালু কোর্টে যাও খেলো 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 বোর্ড খালি রেখো না তুমি বসো না তুমি খেলো না বাবা
আমি তাই জানি এখনো পর্যন্ত অন্য জায়গায় এখনো দেখিনি এবং বিভিন্ন জায়গা থেকে যারা আসে তারাও বলে যে এটা একমাত্র যে ভারতবর্ষে এরকম ওপেন জায়গায় চেস এটা একমাত্র এখানেই এবং এখানকে খেলার কোনো বাধা নিষেধ নেই যে কেউ এসে খেলতে পারে
Chess has no religion. Chess has got no sex. It has got no age. From 5 to 90, 95, they're playing chess. Chess is the next popular game to soccer. You can play chess anywhere. Under this bridge, in a submarine, in a ship. Even Russians play chess inside a submarine.
যখন শুরু হয়েছিল তখন মোটামুটি 25-30 জন ছিল এবার আস্তে আস্তে বাড়তে বাড়তে 100-র উপরে হয়ে গেছে আবার কেউ চলে গেছে আবার আসছে এরকম হতে হতে এখন 100-র উপরে আমাদের মেম্বার
Anyone can come and play. Ordinary players, lawyers, professors, doctors, engineers. You want to play chess, you play. You become a member. You don't have to pay a single paisa. By the way, I love chess more than money. Can I carry money to heaven? Who doesn't come to my club? I have drawn a circle, and now they have drawn a circle. And I draw a circle even bigger tomorrow. Because we love chess. Because we love chess.
Hello everyone and welcome back to our live coverage of the Croatia Grand Chess Tour. The Blitz has gotten off to a blistering start, but it's been a lot of blisters for Garry Kasparov as we take a look at our standings once again after 6 rounds of Blitz action. Pardon me, 5 rounds of Blitz action. Christian, we've got a big tie for first.
We do have a big tie in the first position. 4 players. I have to say, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave is extremely impressive today. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Anish Giri, also a very impressive player. But Jan Krzysztof Duda, the Polish fighter, is just simply with his momentum dominating the event right now. Alexander Grischuk with 3.5 points today. 11.5 points total, is in 5th position. So is Vishwanathan Anand. Shakhriyar Mamediyarov in 7th. Kasparov/Saric in 8th. In 9th position, we have Anton Korobov, and in 10th position, we have the youngster, 22-year-old Jordan Van Forest.
Have the players get ready for the start of round 6, our key game, as we'll see in a moment, the pairings for the round. This will be our key game. Anish Giri and Duda tied for first on table number 3.
We have Anand versus Korobov, we have Mamediyarov versus Kasparov, we have Giri versus Duda, the battle of the leaders, and we have Vachier-Lagrave versus Grischuk, and Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Jordan Van Forest, and the players are about to get going. There we go.
They have, and they are off. Slav Defense Exchange Slav, pardon me, on the board. When the players have been playing the Slav, surprisingly for me at least, the players with the white pieces are choosing the Exchange Slav rather than some of the more sharper main lines. Bishop b5, bishop d7.
That's a completely novel approach that I have to say I have not. Bishop b5. In general, black is actually the one trying to go a6 and b5 and get some offensive on that side. But it seems like bishop b5 is just helping black achieve that.
It's definitely encouraging black to achieve his aims on the queen side. Now here, I would be very tempted to play the move knight b4, chasing the bishop to, let's say, the b1 square. Knight b4, if the knight b4, if the bishop goes back to e2, bishop goes to f5, looks pretty good. And if the bishop goes back to b1, then bishop to g4. I'm not familiar with this. I played the Exchange Slav, but this approach with bishop f4, bishop b5 is it the latest and greatest wrinkle?
It is completely novel to me as well. I have to say. Of course, bishop to d3 is the typical approach. You can also go rook to c1. And we see this move, bishop to g4, that we've seen in the previous Exchange Slavs that we've seen in this tournament, attacking the queen, forcing a reaction, and more importantly, getting the bishop out of that pawn chain that is going to be created, f7, e6, and d5. That wall of pawns on the light squares. You want your light square bishop out of it.
Yes, you want to play e6 when the bishop is on g4 and or f5. If you play e6, you kind of lock your bishop behind the pawn chain. Here, bishop takes e2 right away as black gives up the 2 bishops, but I assume Duda's idea is to follow up immediately with bishop to d6, trying to deny white the 2 bishops. Well, the only advantage I have, says Anish, is with the 2 bishops. I'll play the move bishop g5 and retain them. Castles on the board.
Rook to c1 we have on the board, immediately taking control of the only open file in the position. Now we're probably, the question is right now, as white, where are you going to play? Are you going to try to create an offensive on the queen side with knight to e4, or go f4 and try to do something on the king side? But let's jump to Maurice in Zagreb to hear his thoughts. Maurice.
Guys, I hate to interrupt. It's just a disastrous occurrence happening for one Garry Kasparov. In this position he's got against Shakhriyar Mamediyarov, it's black to move. Black has different moves. The best one is probably bishop to b4 check. Unfortunately, he played knight f6 and allowed queen to b3, hitting f7. How do you defend it? This kind of elementary mistake, it's just the wheels have completely come off the bus.
He played queen to e7, having to block his bishop, and then simply castles, and his position is a disaster. The queen on e7, the e-file threatening to open, pieces are just going to stream out, but the king stuck in the middle of the board. 7 moves in, and he's resigned. He's resigned. Matter of fact, I'm watching him walk past me right now with his confidant, Mike Khodorkovsky, and he just looks, his head is down, and he just looks broken. Just a terrible start, terrible series of games for poor Gary, as it just looks like he's not finding his form. Guys, back to you.
Thank you for that report, Maurice. I don't know. I just feel broken myself. I really came today with high hopes for Gary. I really wanted to see him, and especially too Viswanathan Vishy playing great and that old magic. But this is absolutely the opposite of the old magic. Really a shocking, terrible start.
That is hard to watch, Yasser. I do have to say, I feel for Gary. He was having so much energy coming into this tournament, but that energy is getting sapped with every single loss that he is taking on his record.
Sorry,
it's
I just need to
watch.
Yeah, I just need to jump in and say I do spot a tactical opportunity for Anish Giri in his game against Duda. I think the move h7, h6 was mistimed.
Are you thinking about knight takes b7?
Absolutely, I am. I think the move h7, h6 was mistimed. Normal.
He did not go for it. He went b4.
Okay, because knight takes b7, queen takes b7, bishop takes a6. You give up the 2 pieces for the rook, but it's about these 2 connected passed pawns. Maybe Anish is thinking, you know what, that's a really good idea, but I can hold off on it. I can do it next move.
Well,
I'm not
also,
sure if that's true.
But we have to understand, after knight to b7, we also have the move knight takes d4, intermediate attack. And that could be what fend Anish off this path.
You're giving me 2 connected pass pawns for free?
I do, but I will also get connected pass pawns in the center. Am I not?
Knight takes b7. I would go for that in a heartbeat as white, because I think the pass pawns on the queen side, it's still there. It's still there.
That's the thing. It's still there.
It's still there. I was shocked by g7, g6. I think as black, I would have taken remedial action to prevent that, something like maybe a6, a5, b5, and so forth, like knight back
and
to
b8.
b8.
You can see he's thinking about it. No,
And
he withdrew with the move knight to a4.
Knight
to b3,
Knight back to b3. Well, that's a sigh of relief for sure. Now as black, rook c7, followed by rook c8, and I think whatever dangers there were in the position have now passed for Duda. Missed opportunity. King g7, okay.
Again, it's difficult to say whether it was or it wasn't a missed opportunity. I do understand that after queen to b7, the situation is very dire. I do understand that. But I am not 100% sure how the assessment of that position with the connected passers, but also with the opposite color bishops, that bishop on d4 that would have landed after knight takes d4, and then I'm going to recapture that pawn with the bishop on d4. I believe that bishop is able to control your pawns on the queen side, get reinforced in the center via e5, and then potentially create some dangers against your weaknesses.
We just saw this break e6, e5 by black, and Duda is saying, okay, another way of play. Knight takes on e5, and if you had recaptured with the bishop on c2, I wanted to say that the knight could have jumped to c4, which is why he recaptured with the rook. Rook takes c2, b5, and the intent, as we can clearly see, is that this knight wants to jump to c4. And, well, the Stark Square bishop looks pretty good. I mean, at the moment, there's a temporary weakness on d5, but it's only weak if you can attack it. And right now, white's pieces are not ideal to attack the d5 pawn.
We are being told that Nepo is also on the attack, but I think we're going to stick with this one. It's a very tense game and it's so important for the standings right now. And I have to say, I do like Duda's position from a practical perspective. We see those two important squares, c5 and c4. My square is more protected than yours, c4, I mean, from black's perspective.
Right.
That is why I prefer black. That is the only reason why I prefer black in this position.
Well, the question is, if I capture on a6, that's going to be met with rook to a8, chasing the knight back, and then you get to recapture. But the question for me was the move a3, a4, right here. Can Anish get some kind of advantage out of that move? After a4, if you play b takes a4.
He played it.
Yeah, if you play b takes a4, then I'll take twice on c4, and the two a pawns, a6 and a4, are hanging. He did invite bishop takes c4. Okay, what is... he wants to play a3 and bishop b2. I get it.
Precisely. So I believe bishop takes c4, it seems to have been Giri's choice to start off with. And now the question is, after d
Maybe
takes c4,
he wants to take on a4.
Which pawn are you going to take, the a4 or the c4?
I think he should take the a... That a
He took
pawn,
the c4 pawn.
Oh, he
with
did.
A rook. No, with a queen.
So he is inviting a3, queen takes a6, bishop b2. I have knight d3. But I don't know, this a pawn could be scary.
He goes for it. He goes a3.
And here we go. Queen takes a6, bishop b2.
Now, after knight to d3, I have that move, queen to e4 at the end.
Exactly, pinning the knight to the rook on c2.
And that might be a problem, Yasser.
Oh, I definitely think there's
because
good compensation.
I'm also threatening rook to a8.
The players sometimes go into these deep tanks, 30 seconds for a blitz game. We said Gary Kasparov has played some very poor clock management, but that's very strange. What is the clock times, if you don't mind me asking?
47 seconds for Duda, only 20 seconds for Anish, and he played this very smart move, rook to a2, inviting the move bishop to b2, and then I will attack with knight to d3, forcing that exchange.
I'm not sure. So bishop b2, knight d3, rook d8. Don't think about capturing twice on d2. And by the way, I've just been told that Nepo has won his game. He gave up the lead. He came into today with the lead, but now and Vichy, that's what I was hoping for. Now here's the thought that I was having, is that if I go rook to d8 and you...
5 seconds for Duda.
Very, very, very... 5 seconds. Oh, 2-second increments, remember, for each and every move.
That pawn is going to be lost.
Queen c2, yes it is.
And that's going to be a pawn up for Anish.
No question about it.
I like Anish's chances.
The queen takes b2. No, this is a draw.
This is going to be a draw. Rook takes b2, rook to b5, and now rook to a2.
Yes.
But
and it's
he's
4
going to
versus
play.
3.
He's going to play it.
Ooh, I didn't like that move, rook check. I thought he was going to play h3, h4.
He knows how to make a draw. This is still a draw.
Of course it is.
And I don't think Jan Christoph is going to have any difficulties making this one.
I remember I had a match with Vasily Ivanchuk, and the first game was a draw. I had rook and 4, and he had rook and 3. And the second game was a draw, and I had rook and 4, and he had rook and 3. And I said to Vasil before we started our third game, if I get rook and 4 versus rook and 3, I'm going to claim 3-game repetition in the match of rook and 4.
Rook to e1, we're going to see f5 on the board, trying to get into that 2 versus 1 position.
Exactly.
But the rook is so active, it's going to just start delivering the checks.
All kinds of checks.
Check.
Exactly.
And then it doesn't seem...
Now here, it's like the f6 check mechanism is also in the position.
Especially if you exchange the rooks. If you exchange the rooks and then go king
king to f7, but also without
Right.
rooks on the board as well. We're going to see a lot of checks right now. I do believe we are
And
going to see a
draw
repetition.
by repetition. I believe we have still one game remaining. Oh, just ended, I'm told, and it looks like
MVL won.
MVL won.
MVL won.
Whoa, that was a very important game because both these players had 3.5 out of 5 coming in along with Duda. So a win by MVL, I mean, he's got bragging rights for the Blitz. How is Nepo doing in terms of the
He
Blitz?
won. He won his game.
Did he have
in terms of
3.5?
Blitz, I do believe no. He did not have 3.5.
I thought he had
think
3,
he had
yeah.
2.5.
2.5.
2.5. Because he lost that 1 point lead that he went on into this day, and right now
Exactly.
he's tied at the top with MVL, who just won his game and kept the pace with the leader Jan Nepomniachtchi, with the co-leader Jan Nepomniachtchi. Anish did not win his game against Jan Krzysztof Duda, who was also tied for the first position. So these two players are half a point behind.
MVL and Nepo tied at the top.
MVL and Nepo tied at the top, following closely behind Duda and Anish Giri.
Meltdown by Gary Kasparov.
man.
What else to say? I
Oh,
mean, you can't talk about a former world champion
No.
losing in 6 moves.
No, no, no.
Do you mind just bringing it up? It looked like a Queen's Gambit accepted, and he didn't play the move Bishop B4 check, which is very standard, along with Knight F6 or
Absolutely.
Knight C6.
Let me just find that game for
It was Gary
you.
Kasparov?
Yes, sir. There it is.
And just show
This
us
is going to be a
the
miniature.
Seriously?
Shakhriyar did not play the move e4. So this was maybe the first surprise. He took on c4, Queen's Gambit accepted, e5, knight to f3, take on d4, take on c4. But this is a very topical line
Exactly.
of
Bishop
the Queen's
B4
Gambit
check.
accepted. Bishop b4 is the main line.
right.
Knight to f6, queen to b3. And now the game is pretty much over. That's it.
Exactly.
He decided, okay, I had enough. He's going to take on d4. He's going to put the rook on the open file. I do not have time to regroup my pieces. This bishop cannot go to e6. That's the problem because that pawn on b7 is lost. He said, I had enough, and I'm going to go back to my secret place and try to recover because that's the only thing I can do right now. Maurice, what do you have for us from Zagreb?
Well, we've had a couple of big victories from the two leaders. The hottest player in the tournament so far is MVL. He lost 1 game, but he's got 4.5 out of his other 5. And this one, I got to say, is going to be very much like the next one in that he was gifted this point. In this position, Grishchuk had been defending, but he got down to just 5 seconds on the clock. You can't do that against Maxim Vachilegrov. You don't want to do that against a star player. He has different moves here. Bishop e6, king f7, just chill. Instead, he played the howler bishop f5, and Maxim said, oh, merci, monsieur. He took the bishop, check to the king, say back up. He came forward and allowed this check, and after the king move, rook takes c6, stole the pawn, took the b5 pawn, and then with the extra material, raced this one home. Bishop f5, just a total time pressure blunder. In the other game, key matchup between Jan Nepomniachtchi and young Jordan Van Forest. It was a good game for a while until we got to this position. You see here, black has 2 connected passers, but a passive knight on the b8 square, an extra pawn even for black. He can play different moves here. Again, we're not going to show all of them, except the one he did play, knight to c6, a huge howler. And if the other position was knight takes bishop that MVL executed, this time it was just bishop takes knight, thank you very much, takes queen to b7, hitting the rook on c6, queen g5, guarding the mate, because queen b7 also threatened queen g7 mate, except the move f4, and whoops, now your queen, which was attacking the rook on c1, has to keep guarding the mate, no longer attacking the rook on c1, and you can't also guard the rook on c6, and so queen g4, queen takes c6, thanks for the rook. This is why these two players are now tied at the top. The pressure gets more and more difficult to handle as the rounds continue. It's up to the players with nerves of steel to show what they can do, and MVL and Nepo doing it right now. It's a chase, a race with these two top players playing great blitz. We'll see if they can maintain that torrid pace, and will any other players rise once again. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice. And let's jump right into the standings after these 6 rounds of play. Christian.
We have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Jan Nepomniachtchi tied for that leadership position with 14.5 points apiece. We have Anish Giri and Jan-Christophe Duda tied in second position with 14 points apiece. Vishwanathan Anand closely behind with 12.5. In fifth position, Shakhriyar Mamediyarov 12. Alexander Grishuk 11.5. Kasparov/Saric. That's a difficult one, a difficult pill to swallow for Kasparov in this tournament. 10.5 points. Anton Korobov in the 9th position with 9 points, and Jordan Van Forest in the 10th position with 7.5 points.
And our next round pairings for round 7. And let's lay the table for what we can expect.
We're going to have a lot of very interesting clashes on this one. We have Jordan Van Forest versus Vishwanathan Anand. That's a clash of generations right there. Grishuk versus Nepomniachtchi, the battle of the Russians.
And
we have Jan.
Game that we're going to focus on.
Absolutely.
Duda versus MVL. That will be our key marquee game
that is
for round 7.
And then we have Kasparov versus Anish Giri and Korobov versus Mamediyarov.
And as we see you on the other side of this break, our friends at KasparovChess.com are going to bring you a lesson from Almira Skripchenko. Almira is going to talk about checkmating with the bishop and knight. Have a look.
In this position, as you remember, black played king f8. So what happens if black plays king d8, which offers better resistance? So you would play king e6, black plays king c7, and please remember the following moves. The next move, knight d7, what does it achieve? It takes the b6 from the square. King c6, and the black king wants to escape. It wants to play king b5. That's the only square which he has in order to run to the opposite corner. And here, there is a very nice maneuver. First, you start by playing bishop d3. You take away the b5 square, king c7, and another very elegant move, bishop e4. So you cut all the squares from the black's king. It has nothing better to do than to move to the last rank. King d8, king d6, king e8, bishop g6, king d8, knight c5. You continue the W maneuver. King c8, and I would ask you what move would you make if I would have you in front of me, but here you have to make the waiting move bishop h5, and to continue after king d8, knight b7, king c8, king c6, so the d8 square is taken, king b8, king b6, king c8, bishop g4 check, king b8. So now you simply come back, you complete the W maneuver, knight c5, king e8, and now the waiting move, which you are familiar with, bishop e6. So after king b8, you give check, knight a6, king a8, and bishop d5 mate.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the Grand Chess Tour. We are in the Blitz stages, and the first day of Blitz has been blistering, especially for one Garry Kasparov, who's not doing very well. But here are our current standings after 6 rounds of Blitz. Take it away, Christian.
Absolutely hotly contested at the top. We have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Jan Nepomniachtchi with 14.5 points. Following closely behind Anish Giri and Jan-Christophe Duda with 14 points. Vishwanathan Anand in 5th position with 12.5 points. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov with 12 points. But yes, at the top, those standings are extremely contested, and we see Garry Kasparov in 8th position. He started off tied for 2nd at the beginning of today's rounds, but unfortunately for him, 0.5
Only
points
a single draw out of 6 games
that is
played.
painful.
Let's take a look at the pairings for this round coming up.
We have Jan Nepomniachtchi is facing Grischuk in the on the second board.
Yep.
That is definitely one to follow. We have Jordan Van Forest versus Vishwanathan Anand. We have Jan-Christophe Duda versus MVL. This is the game that we're definitely going to be closely following.
Wow, marquee matchup for sure.
Marquee matchup, absolutely. We have Garry Kasparov with the white pieces against Anish Giri, and we have Anton Korobov with 9 points against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov with 12 points on the last board.
As much fun as we've been having with this Grand Chess Tour from Croatia, we just have to remind everybody we have so much more to come in the summer of chess from St. Louis. Coming up next, July 15th through the 26th, will be the U.S. Junior Championship, the girls and senior championships played here in St. Louis at the club. Then, in August 10th to the 16th, the Grand Chess Tour revives a 4th leg with those St. Louis Rapids and Blitz. We close out the Grand Chess Tour with the granddaddy of them all, the Cinco Cup, a classical time control, August 16th through the 27th. Who will win that $100,000 bonus prize in the Grand Chess Tour? That's followed by the fun Ultimate Move, September 7th, and then the Champion Showdown, Fisher Chess, Chess 9LX, September 8th through the 10th, and then finally we get a pause before we come back to the U.S. and U.S. Women's Chess Championship, October 5th through the 19th, one of my very favorite events. I know it's a very favorite event of Maurice as well, as the players get ready to do battle in this next round. Sorry, Christian, but I have to boldly state the obvious. This is painful for me to watch Garry Kasparov. I know him as such a great chess legend. And for Garry, it was like Fischer. He wasn't satisfied winning first. No, he wanted to win first, gain rating points, and demoralize you. I mean, he was amazing at the board. To see him losing in 6 moves, that's just too painful to watch, as this will be our marquee matchup. The Grunfeld between Duda and MVL is underway. Bishop d2, the nice quiet move, knight b6, attacking the pawn on d4, e3, h4. What can I say?
This is the new theory,
exactly.
Yasser. Knight to b6 is definitely one of those moves that you only make because you are a Grunfeld player, and you don't want to take on c3 and allow some sort of a slower game, because usually this with the bishop on d2, that knight, if you do choose to exchange on c3, I'm going to recapture with the bishop, then that diagonal is going to open up and we're going to exchange the dark square bishop. And this is something that Grunfeld players don't necessarily enjoy. That's why we see this knight to b6 approach and then early e5. This is, from my knowledge at least, considered to be quite dangerous for black. Nevertheless, but we do know that MVL is always welcoming those type of theoretical battles. He's been spending so much time on the Grunfeld, of course. He's not going to have any issues entering this particular line against Jan-Christophe Duda.
So the line with h4 is considered dangerous?
Very dangerous, very dangerous, yes. And you can see it on the board right now. That pawn is already on h6.
The alpha 0 pawn, get the pawn to h6 and you're better. I don't understand it myself. I've always thought that against the Grunfeld, this was too, how do you say, too direct. That it's almost like you're trying to prove that the Grunfeld is unplayable, like it's you can refute the Grunfeld. But okay, we do have a battle, there's no question about it, as Black is trying to force the action in the center. Just played the move c7, c6, tickling the pawn on d5, breaking it up, and we did see captures on c6. And now...
Well, MVL is spending absolutely no time, and young Krzysztof Duda is thinking a little bit. So I have to say, I do believe that MVL has won the opening battle up to this point. We see these separated pawns, the one on a7 and on c6, could potentially become weaknesses later on. White is going to try to exchange the queens. Black is going to try to keep the queens on the board. That's why we see this move, bishop to e3, bishop to g5, a very interesting approach, getting rid of that dark square bishop. But now that the structure has stabilized in the center with those pawn e4 and e5, the bishop on f6 is not going to be that powerful anymore. So the exchange came and favorably in Black's favor.
All right, after bishop g5, queen d2, there was a trade of bishops. And I was thinking that from MVL's point of view, his idea is to get a knight to the d4 square as quickly as possible. Knight c6, knight e6, knight d4 is the obvious route. So
that is definitely what he's going for. He played the move knight to c5, knight to f3.
So the idea of bishop to e3 to defend the c5 square, it was that fight over the control of the c5 square that the players were just jockeying for. Knight c5, bishop e2.
Bishop to g4, getting rid of the guardian of that d4 square, the knight on f3.
And it's not only that, but you want to play the move knight e6, but it's that knight on f3 sitting pretty, eyeballing that pawn on e5, therefore bishop g4 with the idea bishop takes f3 and then rerouting the knight to the d4 square. Black gets his knight on d4 and beginning to like MVL's chances.
Absolutely, absolutely.
MVL, one of the more successful players in Blitz so far in this tournament, but what is Duda's score?
Duda is tied.
Also with 4.5 out of 6?
With 14, he's tied with Anish in the second place with 14. For the Blitz section, I do believe he is on 4 out of 6 right now. He started off with 3.5 out of 6. I think there were quite a few players that did that. Alexander Grishuk was one of them, but he lost against MVL. MVL, I think, is the only one with 4.5 out of 6. He is winning the Blitz section as of now.
Exactly. So these are two of the most successful players so far in the Blitz portion of the Grand Chess Tour from Croatia. Now, from White's point of view, we're pointing out that, hey, if the strategic fight is about the d4 square, Duda is considering, does he want to allow this bishop to take f3 or not? If he moves the knight, the problem is that doesn't really help. There will be a trade of bishops, and then knight will come to e6 nonetheless. So after some hesitation, Duda said, okay, I'm going to castle, trades on f3, and immediately knight e6. So at least we understand what the players are thinking, as the knight is going to land on d4. Once the knight lands on d4, it can be supported by either the c5 pawn as well as the rook. Also, now that White has castled, it feels to me like the pawn on h6 is potentially vulnerable. It's not like I'm going to play queen h4 and knight f4 instantly, but I start thinking, how can I pick up that pawn on h6? Rook d8.
Rook a to d8 has been played.
That I find a bit peculiar. I thought knight d4 was
Knight d4 is definitely on tap. It's going to come at some point, but you're keeping your options open, because knight f4 is also an option. And you were mentioning that pawn on h6, Yasser. That knight on f4 could just disrupt the defensive action of the queen on e3, defending the pawn on h6. And you could combine those ideas with knight f4, maybe queen to g5, and then taking that pawn on h6. Knight on e6 so far, you're not in a hurry to put it on. You know that it's going to land on d4. You can. You can always get it there. And if white defends with the move knight to e2, then I can just reinforce that square with the move c5. And that's actually what we're having on the board right now. Knight to e2 was played, c5 immediately followed.
Okay, so now the
knight to c3 back.
Yes.
To go back to d5.
Knight to c3, so again, the strategic fight over the dominance of the central squares, d5 and d4, what it's all about. And Duda seeking exchanges with the move knight d5. Please take my knight so that this rook on c1 will have a clear view. Now, having said that, I like these imbalanced games of...
sorry to interrupt, but
please.
This is the first time I'm watching the clock in this game, and I'm seeing MVL with 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, Duda with 47 seconds.
Ooh.
That's a 3-minute advantage on the clock with a knight on d4 and a very complicated position ensuing. This is not good news for white.
Not at all, but he did play this crafty queen a3 move, which does have the impact of a double attack against both the pawn on c5 and the pawn on a7. Now this is an inspired move.
Look at that, g5.
I think that when Duda played the move queen a3, he was anticipating knight takes f3 check, certainly not g5. g5 uncovers an attack against the pawn on h6, pardon me. But rook takes c5.
Queen takes h6 is on the board.
Exactly. Now, well, I don't want to take the pawn on a7.
He took it.
And
that's the commentator's curse, yes.
Exactly. I don't want to do it because I don't want to see my king side wrecked after knight takes f3 check, unless... No,
oh man, there's so many things hanging in the air right now.
I don't like knight takes f3 check, making my king.
Maybe queen to h4, try to play for that g4 expansion.
Queen h4 with the idea g4,
and that's
isn't that just
I
a
think
little
that's
too?
What he played f5.
This looks really slow.
Ooh, wow.
I would either drop back with my rook, or even just drop back with my bishop. I don't think that there's any great attacks anymore. Whoa. No, says the Polish fighter, living up to his nickname. Look at him go. D7. 7 seconds, but his position is actually very good.
5
he
seconds.
He has no time on his clock, but he has a great position on the board.
It doesn't matter, Yasser. This complicated position with only 5 seconds on the clock, I think it's not looking good. Despite the fact that objectively, I do believe you that white is probably okay.
Knight takes f3 check, g takes f3. Again, he's only getting a 2-second bonus for each and every move that he plays. Ooh!
One move away from giving the checkmate. Queen to e6 was played. Now we're going to see, most likely, king to g7. That king has to get up. I'm 2 moves away from checkmating you with
queen g5
queen
check,
to g4.
Queen g2.
Exactly.
Okay, king to g7 as you expected.
Rook f6 is something that I'm definitely having my eyes on.
Rook f6, with my queen on e5, I do have the ability to play queen g3 or queen h2.
He's going
he
for
played
the queen
it
trade.
Right away.
Check.
I wasn't sure it was necessary right away, but he did do it.
Oh man,
there is still this pawn on d7. It's alive.
How many pawns does white have versus how many pawns does black have on the king side? Oh
well,
man,
it's a majority of 4 versus 1 and he's traded. It's all about this pawn on d7 suddenly.
Defend
I don't
that
know.
pawn with rook d1 right
d1. I don't see how white could possibly lose it.
King to f6, king to e6. It's time to get closer to that
you're
pawn.
never going to take the pawn. You're never going to take the pawn. You put your king on e6, I'll put my rook on e6.
Man,
d6 with check.
Duda is ridiculously good when it comes to crunch time.
wow.
He's just so good.
And he's just, I would have put my king on f2 right away, but look at look at Maxime go. We have a Donnybrook here. It's a race of the pawns, but there's rook. No,
rook to d4, king to f5.
Rook to d4.
Do you want to exchange, or maybe rook to f6, rook to f7?
I didn't expect that. King to f2. Come on, you've got to blockade those pawns. It's all about a7 and a8 equals queen. Okay,
King to f7 was such a good move.
Rook to d2. Rook to d2. Anish Gary's game is just finished, but this game we're going to stay with it because it's a fight for first that's going on. And a7, Duda said, go ahead. Check.
Another check, and that pawn is going to land on f2. Rook to e4. Man,
well, you're threatening the queen. I'm just being told that Anish Gary has won his game, by the way. I'm sorry, Gary.
No. I think Giri won.
Oh my gosh, now G3. Oh!
That's going to be...
What is going on here?
Wait a minute.
Queen. Yes. And is there a perpetual check for MVL in the position? By the way, what's the time?
50 seconds for MVL. He's playing very fast, and only 5 seconds for Duda.
But by the way, Duda's gained time because I think Duda went down to 2 seconds. Remember, he gets a 2-second increment for each completed move. This should be winning. I can't imagine there's a perpetual check in the position.
I'm not sure if it's winning.
Yeah, there's no perpetual check. King f3, queen g4, king g2. Gift me the pawn.
Yes, that does seem like the right approach.
Absolutely. Now I do have queen f3. No, I don't want to allow queen g5 check. But has he
4 seconds,
allowed
3
a
seconds,
perpetual?
2 seconds.
Maybe he's allowed a perpetual.
I think that's a perpetual, yes, sir.
I think you're right.
Queen g3.
I can't play the desired queen f3 because of queen g5 check, and it looks like a perpetual.
He found it. He found the perpetual.
Amazing. No.
Queen to e5.
Yeah,
yes.
Exactly. Ooh. MVL dodges a bullet, and a very, very big bullet it was. I don't think there was a perpetual at the end, but Duda fell into a trap and a draw. A very eventful round, and I'm being told lots of decisive games as well, Christian.
Absolutely. We have that one that we just announced, the clash between Garry Kasparov and Anish Giri ended in a victory for the black pieces. Anish Giri took down Garry Kasparov. And then we have some more results. Van Forest against Anand. Anand won that game, so he's getting closer and closer. Korobov did win his first, I believe it's his first game of the day against, no, he beat Jordan Van Forest as well in the second round.
Right.
And now he's winning again against Mamediyarov. He did win against Mamediyarov.
Okay.
Yes. A bloody round, I have to say.
A bloody round. Indeed, it seems to be that way, as again, Gary not performing well at all. That's the biggest understatement I've made of the entire tournament. We'll be going to Marie shortly, but this was there a win there? I mean, it looked like he should have escaped the perpet at one moment.
Let's have a look at that, and I'm not going to pretend that I will not use the engine on this one.
Yeah.
Yes, +6.
That's pretty definitive.
Killing. Let's see what he missed. So take, we get a queen, you get a queen. King to f4 seems to be the right direction. King to e3 still the right direction.
And now the
king to d3 was supposed to. You were supposed to go
just
away from the pawn.
Walk towards the b pawn and sanctuary.
He got greedy. MVL, I have to say, presented this trap, this Trojan horse on g3.
Yeah, go ahead, take my pawn.
Take my pawn. This seems like a very dangerous pawn, right? Because you're almost ready to promote it, but it can always be caught by this rook coming to g8. Not only that, if you give me one move, I'm going to deliver the checkmate with the combination between the rook and the queen. This king has this pawn to hide behind, potentially going all the way to a4, you're simply not going to be able to give a perpetual check once I include all my defenders around the king, and I'm going to take away all the squares that your queen has. This would have been the easy way out. Of course, I have to say, Yasser, I am so impressed by the way this young man, Duda, that is, played in a completely crazy position. You were calling it a Donnybrook, that position with the pawns rolling down the board.
Right.
Duda had only 5 seconds at that point. He's been having 5 seconds for more than 20 moves at this point. And he managed to stabilize the position. He actually managed to defend against this avalanche, get that king into play. He was very active with his king. In combination with his a-pawn rolling down the board and that d-pawn just simply restricting the movement of that rook, I have to say I'm very impressed, and he did deserve to win this one, but MVL escapes with a draw. But let's go to Zagreb and hear what Maurice found in this round. Maurice.
Thanks, Christian. It's so interesting how sometimes there's poetic justice in chess, or I guess we add meaning to these games and maybe there isn't any. But take a look at this if you see what I'm talking about. This position, it's Anton Karbov with white against Shakhtar Mamedyarov with the black pieces. Now, in the previous round, Garry Kasparov lost in 7 moves to Shakhriyar because of a problem on a long diagonal. And I'm going to show you what I mean. Bishop to e7, played by Shakhriyar, a howler of a move. He had other moves here. Different moves would have been fine. And allowed queen b3. This is what he just did to Garry. Queen to b3. Now, he could have, in this position, played the move knight to h6 and continue allowing normal development. Instead, he decided to be hyper-aggressive and play knight to a5, allowing gimme that with check, and queen d1. Now, after king takes f7, let's keep the party going. Knight takes e5, the king tried to hide, and queen to d5, now threatening the checkmate on f7, and knight h6 coming just too late. Knight takes on d7, and you cannot capture back here because we could just take your knight on a5. We could also throw a check in if we want, but taking on a5, and white has demolished black's pawns. Up 2 pawns plus the king will not have castled. So it's interesting how he beat Garry one way, only to fall for the same problem himself with the black pieces. Karbov went on to win this game. Speaking of Garry, this one is the biggest tragedy of them all. Well, there have been a lot of tragedies. This was pretty bad. You know why? It's the first game Garry was just winning. Just winning. Right here in this position, it was a wild game throughout. Garry, by the way, spent 3 minutes on 3 moves. One very early in the opening, he took over a minute. Then 2 moves later, he took almost 50 seconds to play another move. And then 2 moves again or so later, he spent over a minute on that move. And this was still in the opening, under 15 moves. 3 minutes for 3 moves in a 5-minute blitz game? That's not going to get it done. So when you have no time left later in the game, of course you're going to end up blundering. Right here, Geary threw in the move h3. A bad move, it turns out. All Garry had to do was play g3, and now he has 2 connected passers, a safe king, and this pawn's going nowhere because you could just play queen takes on h2. The queen would come over, grab the pawn, note that he's up in exchange, and 2 pawns in this position, definitely dominating. But with no time on his clock, he saw the move h3. He just threw in a5 and rook to g8, suddenly threatening rook takes on g2. He tried bishop f1, h takes on g2, and his kingside has been smashed. Something is going to end up on the h1 square. That was all she wrote, and he had to give up the ghost in this one. A very tragic finish for him. And finally, there was one more game of interest. Yes, it was Van Forest versus Anand. It was actually much later in the position down here before knight to d2. They repeated moves. Somewhere around here, they were repeating moves. Rook d6, knight c4, rook d5, b4, rook to c1. And b3, rook b1. And here is the move, knight to d2 by Anand after rook to b1 and then rook to c2. And that was all she wrote, knight d4, give me the pawn. And Anand collected this material and went on to win that game. Not a big game for the standings, but at least Anand could right the ship a little bit with the black pieces coming back. But guys, it was hard for me to focus on all these games while you were showing this crazy game between MVL and Duda. Those two guys are playing incredible blitz, and I expect to see more of the same from those absolute speedsters. It's been an exciting round to watch, exciting tournament to watch so far, with still plenty of games to go.
Yes, Maurice, it was a great fight for first. We'll even show you some replay highlights of that game. But first, let's take a look at the standings after 7 rounds of play. It's tight at the top, Christian.
3 players are tied at the top. That is Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Anish Giri, who escaped the claws of the great Garry Kasparov, as Maurice just showed us, with 15 points apiece. Jan-Krzysztof Duda with 14.5, Viswanathan Anand 13.5, Alexander Grishuk, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov with 12 points, Kasparov / Saric with 10.5 points, Anton Korobov with 10 points, and Jordan Van Forest with 7.5 points.
And let's lay the table for the pairings for round 8.
We have Viswanathan Anand against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. We have Anish Giri against Anton Korobov. We have MVL against Garry Kasparov. We have Jan Nepomniachtchi against Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
And that will be our marquee matchup. We'll focus on that, but we may come back to the MVL versus Garry Kasparov game if Garry doesn't hang his face.
And last but not least, we have Jordan Van Forest against Alexander Grishuk.
And as I promised, we would like to show you the end, some highlights of the game between Duda and MVL, as it was a battle for first, and it was crazy with connected pass pawns all over the board. As it turned out, Duda was the one who had everything under control. Both players would promote their pawns to a queen.
Look at
after
that
this
position.
move, F2.
Yeah, look at that position. But wasn't G3 oh, maybe not, maybe not. There's so many queens landing for
Yes,
white.
Exactly. There certainly
There's one.
was. And there's another one.
There's the second one.
And now, do I have a perpetual? And the proper answer was no. There wasn't a perpetual. As we saw, after queen e2 check, it was simply necessary for white's king to walk towards the b pawn. So the b4 pawn would shield white's king from further checks by black's queen. But I must say, I would have been tempted by this move as well. King f4 was an easy move to fall for, because guess what? You get to pick up the g3 pawn for free, and you called it the Trojan horse.
Is a devilish young man, of course. King takes g3. That
now
queen
the
e2.
moment he took on g3,
that was it.
That was the draw.
That was the draw. Because right now I have queen g5 check.
Queen e5 check, yes. Exactly, and not queen f2.
It's advised
g2.
Generally that in this type of positions you want to give checks from diagonals.
Exactly. And that was crucial, not to play queen f2 check, which would have allowed queen on a8 to g2. MVL saying, hey, I'm going to play the move queen e5. I think we have a 3-move repetition. We have a 3-way tie for first. What an exciting game that was. Boy, I tell you, there was some good blitz, but there's also been some pretty bad blitz, Christian.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, it goes without saying, we are feeling very sorry about Garry, who is just not having a very good event right now. He just simply cannot dust that rust off his shoulders right now, and he's having a difficult time in the blitz portion. As Maurice was mentioning, he spent 3 minutes for 3 moves. That's just simply unacceptable. You cannot do that in the blitz portion. You're going to lose 9 out of 10 because you're going to get down in those super complicated endgames and middle game positions, and that's when these players are going to take advantage of your low time on the clock. This is the key for Gary. He needs to get out of this. He needs to make maybe a couple of draws, exchange some pieces, make a couple of draws, just kind of
get
relax,
on the board,
get out of this zone, this losing zone, because he's in a very negative zone right now. He needs to get out of this and come back stronger tomorrow. But we still have 2 more games for today.
Absolutely, and a very exciting game coming up between Nepo and Duda. And boy, I tell you, it's I still feel jittery. Maybe it's the early morning coffee, but it's something about blitz too, where you're forced to play quickly under the pressure of the ticking clock and some awkward decisions. But let's jump to Maurice in Zagreb.
You know, we're heavy into the blitz action right now and the excitement of it, but we've got to keep our eye on the Grand Chess Tour standings. And I'm sure there's one Wesley So who's sitting back going, ooh, I like the way this is looking right now. Why? Because Shakriar came in with a win from Bucharest, and he had a fat 13 points looking to make some noise in this event because Wesley's already played 2 events. Shakriar wants to get a nice chunk of Grand Chess Tour points. Also looking for points is Grishchuk, who had 8.3 points coming out of Bucharest, just like Wesley. But neither one of those 2 are putting any pressure on Wesley right now. In fact, they faded a bit, and so Wesley can smile. But who needed to get points? Anish Giri and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Now, Maxime is in dire straits. He's already played 2 events. This is his 3rd event. He's the only person on the tour in his 3rd event right now. So he only has 9 points. It's probably almost mathematically already a done deal. But if he wins, he at least gets 13 more points and gets to 22, which is a little bit ahead of Wesley. He can only hope for a disaster from Wesley in one of the next 2 events in St. Louis. Anish Giri, on the other hand, is at 5.5. That wasn't a disastrous event for him in Bucharest, and a win here with 13 puts him at 18.5. He's going to be in a stone's throw, within a stone's throw of Wesley, so it's huge for him and a real chance if he can win this event. So that's the drama that's underpinning all these games as we watch them. Every single point will count. As we go into round 8, we see MVL against Gary. You can trust he's going to want to win this game. Is MVL. Can Gary put up any kind of fight? We're all hoping for it, guys.
Absolutely, Maurice. We certainly are. There we had seen Anish Giri as he gets ready to play against Anton. Anton also has been throwing the patties with these players, Christian. He's gotten in some hits.
He did in the first round. I actually had him as the winner of the blitz portion. But I'm happy with what Anish is doing for my overall prediction. And that is he's keeping up with the leaders right now. He's one of them. 3 leaders tied at the top, and we have a big matchup, the one that we're seeing right now between MVL and Gary. That's a question you almost never thought you would ask. Will Gary be able to put up a resistance? Never in my wildest dreams would I even think of that question. But unfortunately, the way the tournament is moving right now for him, that is the right question to ask.
Absolutely. He's got 2 games left. He's not going to right the ship completely, but a win here would really put some wind in his sails. The truth of the matter is he's just total mismanagement of his clock. His time, he's getting into time trouble, and time trouble leads to blunders. This is our marquee matchup, the game that we will be following, and this is what, well, quite frankly, Nepo has been doing to everybody. He's been playing c4, fianchettoing his bishop on the king's side, and queen c2, b3, and somehow he's been taking the measure of just about everybody in the chess world. I don't know how he does it, but we saw it earlier against, for example, Sasha Grishchuk in the rapid, that he got advantage as white, and Sasha fell for a trick.
He's just very good at these transitions, as I was mentioning to you during that rapid game that you were just mentioning, Yasser, the one between him and Sasha Grishuk. He just knows, he takes this bishop, this light square bishop.
He likes the bishop pair. Yeah.
Always gets it somehow. They keep on playing this d takes c4 and bishop to d7, and he keeps responding with his knight to e5 and taking that bishop on d7. And then we get this cagey position where a black obviously has the extra space due to the fact that he has that c5 pawn nicely placed, controlling the d4 square, ready for that knight to jump. But white's pawns, those e and d pawns, are going to slowly move in tandem. d3, then e3, then d4. I'm just going to slowly wait for you, see what you're going to do next. And almost always, these players don't treat the position as they should. They just hurry up a bit too much, and we see Nepo always taking advantage of those type of hurrying up.
Again, I don't know how he does it. For me, this queen on d3 is definitely misplaced, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, where would I like to put the queen? It's clear I want to put the bishop on b2. My rooks will come to the c file, but where is my queen going to end up after a move, for example, like knight f6 or knight e5? If you go back to c2, you're going to be inviting the move knight d4. Surprising to me that the move didn't come, knight d4 a la tempo, forcing the queen back, and then, well, I mean, put the knight on d4.
Yes and no, because
he didn't do it. Now he allows the queen to get back to b1, and you don't entomb the rook. I'm just saying, if we go back one move here, you could go knight d4. If the queen goes back, then you've messed up. And if the queen had gone to d3, that's why I didn't like the queen on d7. None of this took place, because after rook, I think this is probably the best position that Nepo's had in the game. He does now have the two bishop. He is ready to meet knight d4 with either queen d3 or queen b1, and he will get d3 and e3. Then I like the hedgehog setup that white will have achieved.
That is exactly what he's going for. And right now we see h6, we see d3. He's going to probably follow it up with a3 at the right moment, just not to have to worry about that move knight to b4. Then e3 as well, getting ready to take that queen on to e2. And then at the right moment, I'm going to go d4. I'm going to find the break at the right moment.
I'm thinking e2, e3. If I'm not blundering knight b4 and knight takes d3, something that's very dangerous for black to do because he will be in a pin. But my preference would be for to play e3 and my queen to e2. And Nepo said, yep, me too. Instead of having my queen on b1, I like it on e2. Maybe even better is to put the bishop on b2 and the bishop on a1 and the queen on b2. Right now, by the way, also the knight on c3 is looking for a better square. Even if I have to trade it with knight e4, I want to be able to, I want to be able to open up the bishop.
And why knight b4 is not working is because after knight to b4, I'm not going to go queen to e2. That would allow black to probably take on d3 and be just fine. I'm going to go to b1. And now if you take on d3, I have this invisible almost move, backwards move, bishop to f1.
Hitting the knight on d3.
Hitting the knight on d3.
And
he
knight
doesn't
to
go
d5.
for that.
Well, that actually, that's a kind of a relief, I think, for white. And again, this is really reminiscent of the game of Grishuk and Nepo. Remember in that game, queen came to h5, bishop came to e4, and somehow, Sasha ended up blundering a pawn. Essentially what happened. But
and that is because he played the move d4 and he opened up the activity of this bishop on g2, either via e4 to f5. We were seeing that white was creating a lot of threats after that move d4. You don't have to play that move d4. You can just remaneuver that knight, find a better place for it. c4 is also on tap always, try to eliminate those pawns, but I do think that at the right moment, black has to find a way to exchange the dark square bishop. Has to go for bishop to e7 to f6 and try to exchange those dark square bishops. It's not going to be easily done because after queen to h5, as you were mentioning, Yasser, that queen on d7 and the rook on d8 are going to be tied to the defense of the pawn d5, and you cannot do the maneuver queen to d6. Well, he is going for queen to d6. Now we see queen to h5, and this is very important, stopping that move bishop to f6. If you play bishop f6, I will take, queen takes f6, and then that pawn on d5 is going to fall. This is the reason why you want to play queen to h5. This maneuver queen to e2, queen to h5 was so important.
By the way, we haven't had much of a chance to laud Garry Kasparov, but I've just been told that he actually has a very good position against one of our tournament leaders. What? Well, that's a crazy position, first of all. I mean, it's not what you would call simple. It looks like a Donnybrook. What the heck? I mean, what? What is that position? By the way, bishop f6. Duda is saying, go ahead, take my pawn on d5, bishop f6, queen f6, bishop d5, knight b4,
and just
I'll
to
get
mention,
some counterplay.
On the analysis board that you guys are seeing right now, that is the game between Nepo and Duda, and on the big board we have the game between MVL and Garry Kasparov. And we see queen to a4.
That's a crazy position.
Crazy position, and I have to say, Garry is down to his last minute and 30 seconds.
No, not again.
1 minute and 30 seconds against 2 minutes and 12 seconds. It's pretty close. It's pretty close.
Knight c6, that was a move that he could have played, you know, a la tempo. Okay. Well, it's tough because we've got this great choice. Watching the legend Garry Kasparov,
I think we have to
playing against our tournament.
Look at that long castle.
The castle's long.
Look at that long castle.
Now, by the way, that came with a sprightly castles, as G4, G3 is an absolutely devastating threat.
We're staying with this game.
Yeah, we got. Yeah,
this one is hitting up.
This is definitely fun, and I'll bring it up on my board.
G3, wow. G3, knight to f1. Now, there's that G takes f2 on tap to solidify the pawn on net. That's what he's going for.
That's what he's going for. He's got all kinds of mating net kind of ideas after king h2.
He senses it. You can feel it in his alarm.
It's about the clock. I mean,
it is about the clock.
Knight, I thought knight g4 check might have been Gary's idea.
Oh my goodness, that would have been such a beautiful move. I'm not sure if it works.
I know, it's searching for Mona Lisa. But by the way, isn't e5 simply hanging?
Well, there's a rook on e4. Right now, there's a rook on e4.
Knight takes e5?
There's a knight on f5. Right now, let's wait and see. He played the move knight to f5. Yes, you are correct. Knight takes e5.
But I think Garry is looking for an opportunity to play h4 and knight g3.
Precisely.
What? Oh, I mean, Garry, by the way, MVL is considered one of the fastest players I've ever seen playing 1 minute. When he comes to St. Louis, he puts on a clinic against a lot of the local grandmasters, offering them odds of 2 to 1 on 2 minutes to 1 and 3 minutes to 1.
Knight to c4, defending that pawn on e5 is going to be met by b5.
Are you sure?
I believe so.
I really I want to latch down with h5, h4, so that I always have knight coming to g3. Garry, what's Gary's time?
Gary's time, 45 seconds against 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Gary, you can't just think.
b5.
You were right. You were right.
He's going for it. Knight to d6, knight to e3 played. Wow.
Okay. Knight takes e3 and rook takes e5. He's done that too.
I don't like these exchanges.
Oh, f5, rook takes f2. That was, well, I'm not going to say the pride of the position. So many trumps for Garry, but losing that f2 pawn, was that the right technique?
I don't think so. No, and I have to say I'm starting to like White's chances? Of course, Black should be better in this position. The
By
question
the way,
is how much
A3,
better?
A4, pardon me, A2, A4.
That's exactly what he
could
went for.
open up the queen side.
A takes B5, A takes B5, King
By the way,
takes
what
F2.
is this rook on H8 doing? What
Not
is the
much.
rook on E5 doing?
Rook to
Oh,
E4.
let's trade. But that doubles up the pawns. The knight on E3 is a stout defender, that's for sure.
And he took that.
Trade.
Problem is that those pawns on the king side right now, that pawn on
Now,
H5,
King
lonely.
F4 is a very, very big threat. King H4 would allow rook D2. I don't think Maxine can essay that trade of the D2 pawn for the H
He's
pawn.
thinking about rook to F1, I think. Rook to E1. Okay.
Okay, he's setting up for a discover to hit against the pawn on E4. Now Gary's thinking, if you move your knight, knight F5 check.
14 seconds for Gary, 40 seconds for MVL.
Okay, but Gary's winning this. This is, he should be cruising now with King C6 and knight F5 check. Gary, boy, he played that. And knight D6 check. That's the winning idea.
Knight to D6, the king is going to drop back to G3,
and
defending
then
that
king,
invasion on
King
F2.
C, no.
King to E5.
Oh,
He's going
this is
in.
the kind of move that causes you to pause, and when you have no time on the clock, it's easy to miss. Move rook D4. Oh, Gary.
What is happening?
What did he do? Did he spoil it?
Knight F7, king takes E6. We're going to see knight to G5 and then the capture on the pawn on D2.
Which is what he's got in mind. And now rook E2. Oh, this king on E5 looks good. Rook takes H takes G5, rook takes E3.
I'm not inspired by Gary's play so far.
It doesn't feel like the technique, but now you take the
on
knight.
E3.
Ooh. The pawn is fast. Whoa,
Oh
Gary.
no, rook.
Gary, E3, D2. No,
Oh, no.
He spoiled it. He has spoiled it. And no time on the clock. Oh, I think Gary had a dominating position. But it's time. It's time. And that's, let's switch quickly to Anish Giri
versus Anton Karbov.
As we remind everybody, there's a three-way tie for first, and Anish Giri is one of the three players.
10 seconds for Anish, 13 seconds for Karbov.
Knight C2, King E3. What is it?
I like the
King?
activity of Karbov right now.
But look, there's a big
Knight
fork.
to C6
Knight E5
was
check.
missed.
He's done it. He's blundered a piece.
A full piece. And now the knight is going to land back to
On
E4.
Oh,
my goodness. 7 seconds for Anish.
Check.
Knight takes G5. Rook takes B2. Knight goes to E6.
Wow, he's doing this. I'm not
He's
sure.
creating another passer.
Yeah, he's giving his opponent a chance. Is Anish Giri.
4 seconds for Anish. Those two
Whoa. Rook B1, and the tables have turned completely.
Wow.
As Anton
There's a
gets
queen on the board.
Queen.
Oh my goodness.
How did it go wrong? Oh, knocking over the pieces. Normally the arbiter should step in and suggest.
Wow.
Wow, what a turnaround. I mean, Anish was completely winning that game. Do we have one game remaining?
I don't think so. I
They're
think
all over.
That was the last one, yes, sir.
Okay, and one of our players who are tied for first, Jan Duda, we're going to look at the game, a replay of the final part of that game. Who was Duda's opponent?
Jan Nepomniachtchi, who is now the sole leader. Actually,
Exactly.
he's not the sole leader because MVL won that game against Gary Kasparov. But let's watch the replay.
Exactly, a game that we never expected him to win. Are we missing a pawn? Shouldn't there be a black pawn on C5?
So this one was the English that we started off with.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very quiet English to be sure.
There is a missing pawn on c5 and b2, so we've seen that exchange of pawns. I'm not sure how that happened.
Exactly.
Rook to a7, okay. Everything seems quiet so far. Knight to e7. Rook to b1, attacking that pawn on b6. g6, making some space for the king. Rook to b5.
Wow. I kind of blitzed a little bit ahead, but it just seemed like an echo of the game that Nepo had with Alexander Grishuk. He got the two bishops. He kept massaging the
Slow
position.
play, very slow play.
And he ended up grabbing some space on the king side, and eventually he ended up picking up a pawn. Here we see the expansion with g5.
And we see Duda shaking his head, feeling the pressure.
Exactly. But it's also about the clock, as Duda's been essentially on 5 seconds, and he's been relying upon his increment not to flag the position. And here we see what's happening. The pawn on d5 is essentially the big target, and there's nothing that Duda can do to prevent Nepo from grabbing it.
I think our video feed just froze
Well, you can
in that
definitely
critical
replay
moment.
the game there. Oh my goodness, Garry Kasparov had just disaster. Winning games, losing, winning positions, bad positions. He's just losing everything.
No, absolutely, and that was his game. That was the style of chess that we're so accustomed to seeing from Garry Kasparov.
But let's go back and see the very end of this game.
Of that game, yes.
We thought we didn't have the video. Our producer enjoys playing with us and telling us, I can tease you guys. By the way, very nice move, a3, a4.
So bishop to c1, we've seen that one. Rook goes to e6, bishop goes to a3. Take control of those star squares.
I think you just want to make sure with this move, I like this very much too, d3, d4. You're basically saying, I'm measuring that target on d5, that pawn on d5 can't go to d4 anymore, and I've just fixed it. Now I can play bishop takes e7 and bishop takes d5 at my leisure. First, the move g5, just gaining some more space on the king side before
And now bishop
making
to
this
h3.
Operation.
Seems to be coming on the chessboard. No, bishop takes d5.
I agree with you, by the way, that bishop h3 was at least as good as just taking the pawn.
But I have to say,
but do you recognize the echo of Grishuk?
So yes.
Remember when Nepo had these two pawns, d5 and e5, and right through, and a convincing victory indeed by Nepo.
Convincing indeed, and he is at the top of the standings with MVL right now.
And remember, Nepo is one of our wild card players. But let's take a look at our standings, as round 8 of 9 has just been completed. Christian.
We have tied for the first position Maxime Vachier-Lagrave after an incredible swing against Garry Kasparov. Jan Nepomniachtchi, both of them are sharing first position. In third place, we have Anish Giri with 15 points, Jan-Krzysztof Duda with 14.5, Vishwanathan Anand with 14, Alexander Grishuk with 12 points and a half, sharing the sixth position with Shakhriyar Mamediyarov, Anton Karabov, after a very important victory against Anish Giri for the standings with 11 points on 8th position. Kasparov/Saric with 10.5 points in 9th position, and Jordan Van Forest with 8 points in the 10th position. But let's go to Zagreb and hear Maurice's thoughts about this round. Maurice, what do you have for us?
Well, you guys pretty much covered it, and you may be hearing me in a bit of a softer voice. You know how my voice carries. I have to, because since he lost the game against MVL, Gary has been right outside our studio. It's a glass partition, so I can see him, and he's still there, pacing like a caged lion, back and forth, head down. He can't believe what has transpired here. He knew he had that game, and the fact that he can't find his form is absolutely infuriating, and he's still doing it. I can see it on the side of my eye. He's just walking back and forth. I wish we had a camera on him to show you what was going on right now, because he hasn't stopped. It's been, I think, like 7 minutes, and it's the same spot. That rug is getting worn down right now from Gary just going back and forth in that spot. So sad. He had a dominant position in the game. He played great creative chess, but the time he used at certain moments cost him. And then MVL, the wily trickster that he is, he saved many positions. We've seen MVL get bad positions and manage to save them so far. That's why I picked him to win the Blitz, because it's typical of Maxime. You say, oh, we got him. And then all of a sudden, magically, he figures out how to save the game. And he did it, not only save the game, but win games from lost positions. So that's why he's tied with Nepo atop the leaderboard right now. And a big game coming up, as obviously you want to have the lead going into the last day. We'll see how these leaders handle their business as the tension comes to an end for today. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice. Unlike yourself, I don't have to whisper. I get to shout out to the world that we have one round of Blitz remaining. Christian, lay the table for us.
What an amazing day filled with explosive chess we've had so far. But we still have one round in the books to go. We have Grishchuk versus Anand. We have Jan-Krzysztof Duda versus Jordan Van Forest. And we have our marquee matchup of the round, Garry Kasparov against the leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi, the co-leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi. We have Anton Korobov, who is coming in blistering hot after an incredible victory against Anish Giri. He's going to be facing, with the white pieces, Maxim Bashir-Lagrave, our co-leader. And we have Mamediyarov with 12.5 points facing Anish Giri. This is going to be a hot end to today's rounds.
Absolutely, Christian. And as we just take a quick break, I'd just like to say we've got some Grand Chess Tour swag from Cube Boutique, stlouis.com. Take a look at our swag and support and represent us at Boutique, stlouis.com, and get your Grand Chess Tour swag. And we'll be back for the 9th and final round of today's action. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage. We have one game remaining in our blitz for today. We'll have 9 rounds of blitz tomorrow as well. But after 8 rounds of blitz, we've seen the leaders emerge. And let's take a look at our standings, Christian, as we get ready for our 9th and final round of today.
Still a very hotly contested tournament going into the final round of the day. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Jan Nepomniachtchi are sharing the lead right now with 16 points apiece. Anish Giri with 15 points closely behind. Jan-Christoph Duda 14.5, Vishwanathan Anand 14, Alexander Grishuk 12.5, Shakhriyar Mamadiyarov also 12.5. Anton Korobov with 11 points, he's picking up the pace. Kasparov/Saric, unfortunately, only with half a point for today's rounds. 10.5 in 9th position, and Jordan Van Forest in 10th position with 8 points.
And VL has taken a share of the lead thanks to an undeserved victory over Garry Kasparov in the previous round. Garry Kasparov had just an overwhelming position, which he spoiled very, very badly in time trouble. We'll see if Nepo can do the same as he is playing the night game. I think Nepo seemed to be offering a handshake. I think Garry didn't realize that the handshake was being offered, just waiting for the press clock.
There's so many
the
rounds.
Rogozin.
There's so many rounds. I feel handshakes, especially with everything that's been going on in the world, might be a bit of an afterthought. You know.
It's very interesting. Bishop f4. I had a game with Jonathan Spielman where Jonathan played against me this move, Bishop f4, and I really felt it was wrong. We've seen in this Rogozin that Bishop goes to g5, and oftentimes h6 and g5 is required. If you're going to play the soft move Bishop f4, then I don't have to worry about the pin, and you're allowing Black to make the move that Nepo played, which is knight to e4.
I like the way this game is going on for Nepo because of the
and the
time.
clock.
That is the problem.
The clock.
Garry already thinking
Not
on this
at
one.
this moment. No,
You don't want to see that.
No, this is still. We're not even in the tabia position for this line. You go another 5 to 10 moves from this moment. Like you can imagine e2, e3, castles, bishop d3, c5. All of these moves have been played.
It is, I have to say, a very rare move by
bishop
Nepo.
f4,
Well, by bishop
knight
f4 is a rare one as well,
Okay.
but knight to d7 also seems to be quite a rare move. Only 2 games have been played in this
Only
position.
2?
Only 2 games have been played in this position.
Wow.
Yes, and one of them is a player that we're also aware of, that is Jeffrey Chong against Zwiercz, Dariusz Zwiercz, a Polish player that now plays for the United States of America, and he's living here in St. Louis.
By the way,
Only to
e3 was
G5.
played, and instantly came g5.
Wow.
Nepo, I think, has this intuitive understanding that the vulnerability that Garry is exhibiting is his indecisiveness about making decisions. So give Garry difficult decisions to solve early and watch Garry burn his clock.
And there's a big question. Is this e3 just a mistake after g5? Bishop to g3 feels like probably, well, you do have bishop e5 as
Bishop
well to
E5.
provoke the move f6.
Right.
But at some point that bishop is going to land to g3. And then we're going to try to inhibit it even more with the move h5, threatening the move h4.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what he starts off with. I think he played the move bishop to g3. Yes, he did.
And then h7, h5, instantly again by Nepo. Queen d1
to b3.
To b3.
Wait a
Tickling
minute.
the pawn on d5.
No, now you
tickling
cannot take
the
on
bishop.
c3.
Sorry?
You cannot take on c3 and then go h4 because of this queen takes d5 move.
Right. So Gary's trick is bishop takes c3 check, b takes c3. In case of h4, queen takes d5, hits the knight on e4. That is why we saw the move c7, c6, protecting the pawn. Now, if I'm Gary, I'm playing a move like knight d2. Why? Because if you trade the knights, I've got the d6 square for my bishop. My bishop's not getting trapped.
And
what did he do?
What he played, I think.
He knight to d2.
That is what he played.
And he did it quickly.
He did it, yes.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness he did it quickly.
Well, okay, yes, sir. He did it quickly. But I'm looking at the time, 2 minutes and 20 seconds for Gary, 4 minutes and 30 seconds for Nepo. So he already burned so much time.
Oh my gosh. Oh,
wait a minute.
No, there's a double hit. Wait a minute. I think Gary and I both blundered this move. Queen f6, attacking the bishop on d6, as well as
compensation.
The pawn on f2.
There will be compensation. I do believe that. Yes, I do believe that. Bishop to a3, exactly what he's doing right now. Queen takes f2, bishop to e2. And now...
Then knight f6?
Knight f6, I will go rook to f1. Or even queen to b4.
Okay,
he did play knight f6.
Some counter spiel, and you're right, Gary's done this, but wait a minute, you've got c5.
You have to go c5 now, yes.
And knight e4 check is on black's agenda.
c5, queen to b5, right?
Isn't white's king much more compromised than black's, though? The king, where is the king going? To d1, I assume.
He went to d1, I believe.
King to d1, c5 looks, as we would say in the business, forced. Queen e7 mate is the issue. You could go back with the queen, but then after rook f1, maybe white's getting some initiative.
We see a resignation already. What just happened? Oh my goodness.
Did Gary resign after c5?
Gary resigned.
Why did Gary resign? After takes on c5?
I believe just queen e3.
Oh, I see. And then because you're threatening mate on d2. Let's quickly move to the game of MVL, our other co-tournament leader, as a complete disaster of a day for Gary Kasparov. That was bad. Anishak.
Let's stay with the MVL because we have quite an interesting Grunfeld position.
We do.
And we do have a very close time management by both players. 2 minutes and 30 seconds for each player.
One of those standard sacrifices of a pawn that we're so used to seeing, c5 takes and b6.
Those are 2 pawns.
Whoa,
there's 2 pawns.
I'm used to seeing a rook on a8, so you get one of them back. But it's also about this knight on e2, right? This knight on e2 is a real problem piece, getting it into the game. Pawn on e5, by the way, in a Grunfeld.
I have a feeling we've seen the same opening that we saw in Duda versus MVL.
I see. Maybe with this
the structure
bishop
resembles.
d2, h5, h6.
Yeah. Rook to a8 right now, attacking that pawn on a2. We're probably going to see a defense with rook c2 exactly, bishop to f6.
One of the things that I find personally intriguing is the players seem to be aware of the games that their opponents have been playing. So like somehow during the pause between the rounds, they're getting on their computers, they're playing, and they're saying, oh, Gary lost in that variation, let me play it as well. And
guaranteed that some of them have their seconds watching closely these games and definitely advising them. Hey, remember we looked at this line? Play this one against this player because he's been having a rough time in this line. Try it now.
By the way, with these rooks doubled on b2, I'm always afraid that there's going to be a bishop move and there's a back rank mate that you have to be watchful of, because this pawn on h6 does, of course, cover the g7 square. Somehow the knight on e2 actually got teleported to a decent circuit. I can imagine this knight going to h2 to g4, where it will eyeball this bishop. Bishop takes a2. Playing with fire. No trickies. No. You almost want to play a move like queen a5, rook takes b1, queen d8 mate, but unfortunately the bishop does cover the square.
And don't forget, this show, if you are enjoying it, is brought by KasparovChess.com. Get 30% off with promo code GCTCroatia at KasparovChess.com.
And after the move knight e3, again, two very attractive squares where the knight can land, where it will be very supported. That was what I was wondering about. Is the h6 pawn vulnerable? I want
Wait a minute.
to keep the h6 pawn. Is there a tricky?
Rook takes b6 is met by bishop takes e3.
Check.
Check.
Turning the tables. Don't think about. He played
knight to d5, rook
knight
takes
to
b1. We're
d5.
seeing this exchange, and probably queen to c5 followed by bishop takes h6.
The check is going to pick up this pawn on e5, Christian.
It will. So that's why he's going to go queen to f8, which he did.
Very nice. That clears the cobwebs. Queen takes h6 is going to be with check, and there's no way that I can possibly retain the pawn on h6 anymore.
I have to say that knight on d5 nevertheless makes such a good impression in the position.
I think it was better placed, pardon me, best is wrong, better placed on g4. It would have been attacking the pawn on e5 as well as doing a yeoman's job of defending the pawn on h6. Queen takes h6 and material equality's been restored. And with this, yeah, I was about to say, just get out of the back rank issues and start to think about, well, how can I do something with this bishop? I want to get it on the g1 diagonal.
And the pawn is moving. c4.
Bishop, yeah.
Bishop h4, threatening actually check, almost checkmate with bishop g3, queen c1,
Queen
trying
c1,
to get there. Queen to e3.
And queen to e1. That's a
Okay.
big time threat.
Okay, we're seeing queen to e3.
Yeah, you don't want to deal. You don't want to have to deal with that.
Bishop to e7.
Yeah, the
Protecting
bishop is taking
against the
a
expansion.
great post where it's not just blockading the pawn. The bishop is actually playing a good job.
I believe this should be close to equality, Yasser. What do you think?
I agree. You put the knight on d3 as white, and you almost have a fortress to begin with. But also the incredibly reduced material makes me think that a draw is inevitable. Although there's something to be said from Black's point of view, he's got some expansion. Now, I think with this move, king e2, Anton is saying to his opponent, look, I've got a fortress. I'm going to keep my knight on b3. How does your black king ever penetrate into the position?
He took on f5. Now defending against the move e4 with a move king to d3, bishop to b6.
And I think he's going to go back once again with the king to e2. No.
Knight to d2 we see on the board.
Okay.
This
No,
is
I do,
tense,
I
Yasser.
do
This is tense.
agree that this game should be a draw. King to c5. Well, MVL is definitely making an effort. No question about that.
Just to keep everybody updated, we have one more game outside of this one.
What
The fight
about-
between Mamedyarov and Giri, we just finished in a draw.
And by the way, I'm told that Duda, who started the Blitz event so well, has just lost his game.
Against Jordan Van Forest.
And by the way, the players
We're
have
seeing a
discovered
repetition.
a repetition.
And there we have it.
I like the hand signal of a draw. I believe we've got one game remaining. Let's jump to it.
No.
Oh,
that is over. That is the
too
last
fast
one.
for me. A very eventful
First day.
First day, but for me, the story was Gary's just absolute crash and burn. I never, ever, ever, ever imagined it in 1,000 years occurring. I'm sure Gary did some training, but again, this online versus, the tactile feel of the pieces, it's such a different thing. You're at the board, your clock's ticking, and you can't reach for your mouse and play quickly or what have you, Christian.
It's a different mechanics when you're playing 2D chess over on other platforms online, and 3D chess face-to-face, facing your opponent. There's a different psychology, there's a different tension. All these factors are playing, and right now, overwhelming Gary, unfortunately.
Exactly. By the way, after all the gnashing of teeth and what was going on, guess what? Nepo's in first. He started that way with 2 victories in the Rapid in game 1 and game 2 of the Rapids. And Nepo basically led, and here we are at the end of the first day of Blitz, and Nepo a slim lead because Anton held MVL.
Absolutely, yeah. Only half a point going into the final 9 rounds that are going to start tomorrow. But yes, I do have to say I am impressed by a lot of players, especially by Duda at the beginning of today's rounds. He was so impressive, but unfortunately he slowed down towards the end, and right now I think he's in 4th position. But let's go to Zagreb. I think we have Maurice with some special guests. Maurice.
We will have guests shortly. I did want to take a look at a game that was a complete disaster. Crushing position by Duda against Van Forest. In this position, he played queen g4, bishop g5, and knight to d3, hitting the bishop, and after bishop c1. This position, you want to just strangle yourself for not winning, because look what happens next. Give me your pawn, I'm hitting your rook, king e7, rook f3, hitting your pawn, rook a g8. Give me that, that's a second pawn. Give me that, that's a third pawn. Oh, wait a minute, give me that, that's a piece. Like, what just happened? He's now up 3 pawns, and after rook takes on f3, e6, a monster position, and now rook h7, knight c1, and he's gotten so much material for the exchange that the king is just horribly placed that this should be winning easily, right? Well, here, he could take another pawn on c5. There's nothing black can do. Instead, he gave back his e-pawn, and then he started checking. And a couple more checks. What are you doing exactly? And then he played queen e5, and that was just terrible. Rook e7, and suddenly he went from completely winning, eating everything in sight, to suddenly, with just a couple more moves, completely losing queen to e2, and all of black's pieces are way too active. You cannot play the move rook to e1 here because you would get mated in fine style like this with a queen sack and knight g4 with mate. So he ended up playing instead gf3, rook g8 check, and he's getting mated anyway. He had to throw his queen in the way, the humiliation of it all, and allow rook takes. Of course, his knight on c2 is hanging, and Duda ended up going down. The Polish fighter was playing so well. This win would have been huge, but chess is brutal. Turnarounds are brutal. We saw it happen to Gary. It happens to everyone. But guys, I'm just curious about the picks that we had before this tournament. Looks like
we're having a private conversation between the two.
By
Christian,
somebody.
You made such a great choice.
Thank you, sir. You too, I have to say, you were spot on.
Really, really, really good. I mean, yeah, my Gary Kasparov pick, that was great.
Gary is still in contention, of course, Maurice. Congratulations, you did pick the one that's leading going into the final round.
And he said MVL in the Blitz.
But the tournament is not over.
I know, but the Blitz
He's
by
doing
MVL
well. He's doing well.
impressive.
Okay, we'll give it to him. He's doing well.
Yeah, every dog has his day. That's what we say. But boy, I am telling you the story of, Gary, such a legend, coming in today. I think a lot of people, like myself especially, were very, very excited to see how he was going to do. And I think what we really saw instead was a very, very, very rusty Gary who got into time trouble almost every game. Let's take a look at the standings after 9 rounds of Blitz. There was a lot of chess today. Christian.
A lot of chess, and Jan Nepomniachtchi still in the lead with 17 points. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave following very closely behind. He actually won the blitz portion with a total of 6.5 points out of 9 games. He's half a point behind the leader right now. Anish Giri with 15.5, Vishwanathan Anand and Jan-Christoph Duda with 14.5, Alexander Grishchuk with 13 points, Shakhriyar Mamediyarov also 13 points in 6th position, tied for 6th position. Anton Korobov with 11.5 points in 8th position. Kasparov/Saric. Kasparov is playing the blitz section with 10.5 points in 9th position, and in 10th position we have Jordan Van Forest with 9 points. But we do have the winner of the blitz section, blitz day 1, MVL, with Maurice in Zagreb. Maurice.
Indeed, we are with French superstar Maxime Vachier-Lagrave after a very good day at the office. But Maxime, I think even you would admit there were some games that you had to come back from in order to pull off.
Definitely. Well, at least I'm glad that in this tournament, my defensive skills, they're put to the test, and I'm doing much better than in the past few months, in that sense. But of course, there are still some things I need to work on. I mean, like against Anish, of course, I blundered a pawn for absolutely no reason, and against Gary, I got lost after 10 moves with white. That's kind of embarrassing. So. But still, of course, a very good day, some very exciting games. So, for day of blitz, I thought there were also a few games that I managed to keep in control for the whole game. Of course, my game against Jan, especially my game against Shah in the first game. I thought that was like, for a blitz game, it was a masterpiece, basically. So, there's been ups and downs, and of course my game with Gary is, I just feel bad, basically. But
You'll take the point, though. You don't feel bad.
I mean, it's a crucial point to get. So of course I take it.
Speak to what happened to Gary. We know I could walk in and get half a point against you guys, but Gary Kasparov should do better than this kind of result.
I know, but it's so difficult. You come in, you're not prepared to play. Weighted games against guys who are hungry, who want it all, and he's a bit rusty. Of course, he played very slowly, so that didn't help because, of course, according to his standards, of course he should do much better. But on a day of tilt in blitz, this can happen to basically everyone.
Tough indeed. Well, you are very close to first. We'll let you get your rest, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, Maurice.
Guys.
Thank you, MVL. Indeed, it could be very bad. But let's take the scoreline of MVL and what he did today. He had 9 rounds of blitz, started with a win, Christian, had a loss in round 2. But then
he drew his third round.
He turned on the gas.
In the second portion of the event, he won rounds 4, 5, and 6.
On the trot.
He made a draw in round number 7.
And then the big lucky match with Gary Kasparov.
That's the break he needed to keep in touch with the leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Exactly.
And he did keep in touch. Unfortunately for him, in the 9th round, he wasn't able to break through Anton Korobov's defense. He drew his game, but still, he must be pleased with his result. He won the blitz section after day 1.
Yeah. And let's take a look at Nepo's day. Also, topsy-turvy affair. He actually started with a win, loss, draw, loss. So at a certain moment, he had a negative score, did our challenger to the world chess champion, Magnus Carlsen. But then, look at this. Now, that's what I call a finish, Christian.
Absolutely. 4.5 out of 5 to finish the day. And once again, take that leadership position going into the final round. He is hot.
And let's jump to Zagreb with Maurice with Nepo.
We are with Jan Nepomniachtchi, world champion, challenger, and the leader of our tournament after 4 days. Jan, it's been an interesting tournament so far, but today you started off slowly. How did you manage to right the ship and come back and play so strong at the end?
Oh, no idea. I actually just got very angry with myself. I basically lost 2 normal positions with 2 big blunders against Chuck and Maxim. So first of all, I tried to stop blundering and pull myself together. And in general, I don't think I played too good, but it was enough, to change the flow and score some wins.
Use the word flow. How do you get into that flow when things are going badly? A lot of people just collapse and just keep going in that direction.
But you change the flow, yeah. That's how it works. I don't know, basically, yeah. But as I said yesterday, in blitz, it's very normal. Like the day can start in a very different way. In a very different ways. Like for example, like today, I practically won the first game, but the second I lost, and then it became shaky. But on the contrary, I think Shahryar lost the first game, but then he won few in a row. And this is more or less, often it goes either well or not so well. And this mixed a lot of draws, some slow stuff and so on. This is not very common in blitz tournaments.
Again, the question about flow. We watched Garry Kasparov today. Your compatriot, he did not perform anywhere near his standards. What was your feeling watching this happen to such a legend?
It's I guess it's very simple because Garry, at least mentally, he used to always, have big advantage in the opening part. Out preparing opponents, and this was one of his main strengths within his career, especially last years. But now he's trying to go for some principal lines, and actually everyone spends hours and hours, dozens of hours analyzing some new sharp lines, and he constantly runs into some trouble. So I guess once he's trying to compete in the opening, it would be, it would be tricky. It's completely unnecessary to score like this, but in general, I really hope he'll do, much better tomorrow, because in general, the level of his play is, high enough if we exclude these, 2 or 3 opening catastrophes, and in general, I think it really affects your, moral part, and you become upset, tilted, and so on, and you can't play let's say on the full steam. Yeah, so you're affected. You're playing under emotions, and in general, yeah, I think tomorrow he'll do much better.
All right, let's hope for that, and hope you continue with your good play, or at least your good result. Good luck tomorrow.
Well, thank you, but actually I'm rooting for more for Garry than for myself.
Indeed, we all are rooting for him. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you. We are all chess fans of Garry Kasparov. And let's take a look at Duda's day. Really, he started out really good. It was like this last finish, which was the problem. Hat trick in the middle, Christian.
Absolutely. He started off with a draw in round number 1, lost in round number 2. But after that, he had that hat trick, as you were mentioning, in rounds 3, 4, and 5. Drew his 6th game, and at that point I think I was saying that he has all the momentum in the tournament. It felt like he was going to take the lead, but he didn't. He drew his 7th round, and unfortunately for him, he finished quite poorly in rounds 8 and 9.
He didn't run out of gas, because in that round 9 he was absolutely killing.
He was.
And then came these terrible queen checks, when all he had to do was play knight b3 and get on with business. He would have gotten an entire point. But let's go back to Zagreb with Maurice for his final thoughts on a blistering day of blitz. Maurice.
Yes, indeed, blistering day. We saw ups and downs, topsy-turvy action. I got to say, I did pick MVL to win the blitz, but the way he did it was just simply insane. Talk about needing the heart defibrillator. The games he saved were just ridiculous, busted positions, but his tactical wizardry and his speed combined just kept him in the games. Nepo, as he said, just righted the ship. That, when he said it changed the flow, it's an interesting statement because not everybody can do that. There's a certain amount of mental toughness that you have to say, that's it. I am not going to go on tilt. I'm turning this around. Easy to say it, hard to execute, and he managed to do so, and that's why he still has that slim lead at the top. And of course, everyone is sad about what happened to Gary today. Nobody wants to see a great legend do what he did, collapse in such a fashion. We can only hope that he'll come back tomorrow and show his fighting spirit. We'll see if it happens, but right now we've got a lot of Grand Chess Tour points to play for and a champion to crown. We'll be here to call all the action live from Zagreb.
Thank you, Maurice. And let's just take a look at our schedule for tomorrow. And here it is.
We have just one more day to crown the victor. Yes, sir, July 11th, day 5 of the blitz portion, and we're going to have rounds 10 through the 18. If these players are tied at the end, we're going to play more chess.
Yeah, we'll have the playoffs, and I will look forward to an Armageddon. And before we leave, we'll give you one more quick glance at the standings. I really want to advise you to pay attention to the blitz score, the second column, as you can see who played the best blitz of today, who played the worst blitz of today. Christian.
Jan Nepomniachtchi still in the leadership position with 17 points and 6 points out of 9 in today's rounds. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave 6.5 points in the blitz section, 16.5 total, and Anish Giri in third position with 15.5. We've had such an amazing day filled with blitz games. We have so many things going on today. We have the Euro final, we have the McGregor fight later on at night.
Wimbledon.
So much sports to come, but also such an amazing day filled with chess.
Yeah, Christian, I think I'm just going to go home and nurse a broken heart. Thank you all for joining us. Join us tomorrow as we crown a champion from Zagreb, Croatia. Good night, everyone.
See you tomorrow.